Hell yeah.
I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, you got to take a stand. You don't have to hide. If you have my friends, then you have my pride. I can be the man. I can't let it slide. I am a real American. Let's go, baby. I am a real feel strong about right and wrong. Don't take trouble very long. I got something inside of me.
Hey, let me know and clarify with me as far as if I'm coming through clear, Sandor. We want to make sure to do this thing right. It might have been the bootleg Real American Patriot anthem that I pulled off the internet. That's better. Yeah, it honestly 100% might have been the bootleg Hulk Hogan entrance theme that I pulled. So that's fine. Hey, we'll come back to it. But hey, that's where we're at in America today. Today, America, we lost a true soldier. Looking good now. I think it was the music. Sounds better. Now that you stop. Yeah, hey, well, that's great. That's great. That's good to hear. Maybe I shouldn't have put it as a button on the roadcaster here. Maybe that was a little presumptuous. Yeah, it was the song, I guess. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. They can't hold the can't hold the spirit of the Hulkster down. His body, unfortunately, his body's going in a vase somewhere. It's going to be going in the ground. But the memories will live forever. The memories will always be what they were, man. Hey, Hulk Hogan. Let me know, Sandor, 'cause I know you're a wrestling fan, brother. I want to know your greatest Hulk Hogan memory. Actually, the first run with the WWF, I missed that. Or at least maybe not so much missed it, but wasn't as aware of what I was seeing or wasn't as locked in. So first time I remember anything with Hulk Hogan, he was already a bad guy. And then he was bouncing back with I do remember a little bit of like the program that he did with The Rock, Iconic. And that's one if you're a wrestling fan, you got to go back and you got to watch that even just so you can experience it, so you can know what the hell you're talking about when you're talking about the great sport of sports entertainment. But yeah, we're going to run it back. We're going to double back for the Hulkster. We'll double back for the Hulkster. We'll show some love. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Talk about some of the controversies as well as some of the, mostly we're going to talk about the heights, but we got to talk about him fucking cuckolding the guy in Tampa. That was crazy. That's Florida. That's Florida lore. So we got to get into that. I'm not sure if, from one end, I'm sure it was a highlight. On the other end, it must have been a low light, honestly. Extreme low light. But his wife getting her back blown out by Hulkamania is fucking insane. So you just got to have standards, people. Just because somebody is on TV and they can rip their fucking shirt off that's pre-cut doesn't mean you should let them fuck your wife. But we're under 5 minutes in, and we're going to clean that up a little bit for the next 30 seconds at least. And hey, brother, I'm here be eating. Hey, brother, you eat and you enjoy that. Thank you for tuning in. And we're just really chopping it up now at the start, seeing what kind of traction we get off the beginning. Takes people a little bit of time to roll in. So before I start talking about like specific topics and, we start breaking that kind of stuff down, figure we'll just kind of slow play it and just chop it up. Got to say RIP to the Hulkster. Sandor, when he dropped the belt to Warrior, is a big. Oh yeah, that's right. You said you were a big Ultimate Warrior fan. That's right. Big Hogan memory. All his NWO stuff was awesome. R.I.P. Hulkster. No, 100%. The NWO stuff. Even looking back on it, it was I mean, now it seems like it was obviously the only play. Like as I've watched kind of like documentary breakdowns of like the whole discussion of him going to WCW and him turning heel. Now it's kind of hard to imagine that he wouldn't have ever been Hollywood Hulk Hogan. But still, when you look back on it and just like, it's just John Cena's doing a shred of that right now with the flipping from the, career long baby face, just about career long anyways. I guess John Cena, I don't know so much about Hulk Hogan, but at the beginning of John Cena's career, obviously, if you know, he was an evil battle rapper. He was an evil battle rapper coming for the championship. What a wild fucking storyline. But hey, we went for it. We ate that up. I had the John Cena fucking like the story of his life DVD that WWE sold on the side where you could buy those. I had John Cena's. You already know I had Rey Mysterio's. Had to go ahead and listen to an hour and a half documentary about the reason behind all of his tattoos. You know how I get down. Yeah, dude. Hulk Hogan is just a weird time too. It's just such a weird time with kind of the state of affairs in general. How it's tough because he just died. So I mean, I don't know how much I want to get on here poetically waxing about like what it could kind of symbolize, the fucking true American patriot dying suddenly. I mean, like when you look at it and you think about fucking Ric Flair is still alive somehow. And I know, like, where are the cases? Where are the cold cases coming out about Ric Flair? Because I've heard enough, and I know we need to do some digging. Sandor, Hogan not letting Ozzy have the whole week. That doesn't work for me, brother. No, that's very consistent. That's very consistent with Hulk Hogan. He decided even in death he would bury one more talent. He said, fuck it. Yeah. Ozzy, you get 2 days. You get 2 days, and then we're coming back full American Patriot style. People are going to play the fucking botched version on their podcast, talking over it. But yeah, Hogan is a savage for that. And I recently saw Hogan, I'd say under a year ago, on a few podcasts. He was doing like a tour run for something that like a beer company he was starting or something. And I remember actually, speaking of that, the last time he was at, this is actually kind of sad. But the last time that he was on WWE and he was on Raw, I think he got booed like out of the fucking stadium. Well, it might've been even WrestleMania. I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but the last time that he was on one of the WWE's programs, he went out, he was like, guys, drink my real American beer. And just everybody was just like, fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. We don't like you anymore. We don't appreciate your fucking your bullshit. Which was unfortunate considering he would die and never come back again. Nobody kicks out of that final leg drop. No, brother, definitely. You got put onto him. Him and the Ultimate Warrior, they have plenty of time to go back and forth. They could do a infinity fucking Iron Man match. Book that. Book that, Jesus. I mean, seriously though. Come on. Imagine you could put asses in seats with that one. I'm just saying. I'm thinking like a promoter now. The promoter gig in heaven is just, I mean, every week you get a new warrior to throw on the card. God forbid Conor McGregor keeps on the way he's going. He's going to be an early entry to that heavenly card. UFC fucking 400 in heaven. a bunch of criminals on that card for sure. A bunch of brain damaged criminals, but hey, it's not their fault. Let's see here. So what did we? I had a lot to get into today. For sure, we're going to talk about the Hulk Hogan shit. South Park. We got to talk about South Park coming back. Struck a deal. I want to say they were suing Paramount to get this deal brokered because the deal was kind of being pushed off, and there was some feeling that was centered around the whole merger that Paramount's involved in right now. And I think actually it went through today. I'll have to check the news on that. But I know that was a part of this story and a part of the episode. Even they directly address it in reference to the Colbert late night show being canceled. So all that, a bunch of moving parts with the South Park Trump thing. And just interesting at a time like this. It really is the perfect time for a show like South Park. We were talking about Joe Rogan last episode, me and Paul, as far as like we're in such dire straits at this point. And it seems like we're really at a boiling point to where we're really waiting for some kind of like counter personality or counter narrative to take place and really push against the like kind of just the bullishness in which we're moving towards fascism. I mean, just straight up, in my opinion, I think without a doubt. So Sandor, it's over for Trump. LOL. Yeah, once South Park gets a hold of you, they could definitely paint your legacy and just put you in a certain light that's extremely unfavorable. So I think that's definitely what we're seeing happening, and I'm glad that they stepped up to do that. That's why I said, last week on Tuesday, I think it was, we had a good conversation surrounding, whether or not Joe Rogan was fully going to make that move into a kind of back into an anti-establishment kind of role. I mean, that's what this is to a certain degree, a sort of counterculture. I mean, I don't even know that, but I mean, in a microscopic way, I would say that the culture of America was moving in the direction of MAGA. But I think they fucked that momentum so quickly that it immediately took a 180. So it's hard to say that's truly the culture, and to be anti that is really to be fully anti-establishment or counterculture. But for the time being, it is obviously the establishment. And so I think it's a perfect opportunity for him to step in that role, like I was saying on Tuesday, and to salvage some of his integrity from this whole like jerk off fucking tour that he did with all of MAGA and all the kind of right-wing personalities that he did on the show. So in order for him to salvage some of that with his audience and some of that trust with his audience, I think it's a great time to step out, take ownership of like, hey, this guy's obviously a fucktard, and I got caught up in the wave, and so on and so forth, however else he paints that. But yeah, I think for sure that's got to get addressed. I think it's a great time for that. But South Park didn't really have that same issue because they've been consistent with just shitting on everybody when it's appropriate to be shat on. And this was just, it was perfect timing. Perfect timing for them to come out with this, especially considering the kind of like adversarial position that Trump's taken versus media in general, with like the Wall Street Journal story, as well as suing Paramount, supposedly. So we'll see what ends up happening with all this. Sandor, my brother, says after the tweet Trump's people put out, he's definitely going to get dragged hard. Are you talking about the tweet that they put out in response to the South Park episode? So let me know on that. I'm very curious because I saw that and I could pull that so we can read it for people that haven't seen it. I kind of just like, grazed it a bit. I really didn't read it in depth. I know it was like saying that they're irrelevant. They're holding on to a shred of, in response. Yeah, I'll pull that up. Actually, that's a good idea. So people can see what we're talking about. So, pull it up for the stream 100%. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me see here. So White House response. But the timing, like I said, was just perfect because it's really, we're really at a time where I think the Trump admin is at their most vulnerable. I honestly feel like they could have went even harder with the Epstein shit because it's They probably felt like it was a little too on the nose. But in my opinion, it's so culturally prevalent at this point. If they would have really hammered that in, and plus, I mean, imagine the material that they would have had for, making a episode centered around a pedo island with billionaire creeps on it, and they do a show where the main characters are fourth graders. I mean, they could have got really crazy with that. And I mean, and that's, even though that is for most shows, even just saying that out loud, running down that little synopsis, I can see how it'd be really problematic. But I mean, South Park has the kids have went into people's bodies and explored their bodies and fought abortion babies and the craziest shit. So South Park just has built that audience around acceptance. And that's one thing that, by the way, what kind of like what I'm trying to do here to a certain degree, where it's like, I know like sometimes talking about this kind of stuff can hurt me as far as the algorithm goes, and like how much reach my content can have at some point. But at the same time, if I'm building an audience based off of like, hey, we're going to talk about pedophile cults here. It is what it is. We're going to talk about, we're not going to run away from this conversation. We're going to talk about Hunter being a crackhead, and we're going to talk about it in depth. And also, I'm a busy man. I don't have time to fucking go through and, censor and beep all the curse words or every time that Hunter references smoking crack. We got to just let it fly, and we got to talk about it for what it is. So, same kind of thing, like I said, with him, as far as like he's cultivated just an audience that already, or South Park, they've cultivated an audience that already accepts that they're going to push the boundaries, and that you're going to be offended sometimes, even personally, if you watch it. And that's just kind of part of the fun. So definitely, the South Park episode was Paramount's response to the civil lawsuit. They were ordered to give the Trump estate $40 million in advertising, and here we are. Yeah, that's interesting. See, I hadn't actually considered that Paramount was kind of directing the response in any way. I kind of thought it was separate actually from them, because I know this merger is a big acquisition right now, and thing that people were like, as far as like people had speculated that that's part of why Colbert was let go. Although, I mean, me personally, I wasn't really buying into that, because I do see what Colbert is doing as a bit of like a dead art. So if you have opportunity to just X that show out, I could see how, although, I mean, I heard some people defending it. I didn't really I don't really care that much about Colbert and the show, so it's not really something I looked into that much. But I did see some stuff on Twitter where people were defending them and saying like, "Oh, it's still one of their most popular shows," or whatever. But I don't know. I can understand why the juice maybe isn't worth the squeeze there, especially how much Colbert was being paid. I'm sure it was astronomical. In his yearly salary. So Wiki says at the very beginning of the episode, it stated it's paid advertising. Oh, okay. So there you go. Yeah. So that is their way of giving the advertising. Okay. Well, that's an interesting angle. Yeah. I didn't actually catch that. I thought it was more like tongue in cheek and not literally as a, but wow, it's just fucking hilarious. I wonder if that's going to work now that, that's something I need to dig into that. That's interesting kind of way of looking at it. What a perfect way to say fuck you to a court order while also still, fulfilling the court order. Yeah. I just think old media is dead. People have become too aware of who and why they are making any particular content at any particular time. Yeah, I agree with that. That's part of the thing with like Colbert. For me, like all of the like pearl clutching and people that are going on to support him, which is fine because they're like peers or whatever. But it's like, guys, we remember this motherfucker literally like actively being a part of trying to quiet any dissenting opinions. Like obviously the famous episode with Jon Stewart going on there, and like talking about the COVID with the Wuhan lab shit, and he's like, and you know, it's just like he's actively been complicit in like whatever kind of status quo kind of it's not nihilistic, but it's just like, yeah, there's just a certain level of kind of, I guess, apathy towards our general society. I feel like from that class, and just like, you know, like I said, just maintaining status quo of a status quo that's just completely fucked and broken. And like, there's just such a weird kind of veneer of like comfort from those shows too, where it's like, sit down and watch us actually talk about nothing and actively cover up anything that's of any substance that maybe we should be getting into on those shows. I mean, I know the formula is from like Johnny Carson and shit like that. So I guess your formula's already kind of tainted, you know, when you're talking about late night shows. It's always been kind of just like which I mean, it's okay for variety shows. There's nothing necessarily, it's not as if like everything has to be like intensely informative or anything like that. But let me get your guys' comments real quick. Maybe any particular. Okay, so Wiggy says, no, LOL, it was literal. I guess the contract wasn't fully worked out in the way Trump hoped. Wow, that's hilarious. So Wiggy here, he's informing us as far as like the South Park episode, and this is really good information. Based off of the lawsuit against Paramount, they were required to give Trump $40 million in advertising. So their way of doing that is this South Park episode that acts as advertising, but it's, you know, I mean, it's one of the most effective. I don't want to say smears, because it's definitely, it's not a smear. That gets into that tiptoes around legal terminology too much. But they shat on him. We can say that. They took a big old wet shit on him. Sandor says malicious compliance. Yeah, that's good. I mean, that might be an argument to be Colbert was done with the vaccine. Yeah, when you say he was done with the vaccine, you mean when he started to cover it in the way like that we were kind of seeing him like just fucking chill and cope. That was egregious. Yeah. I think it was Jon Stewart. Oh, Joe Libowitz. Yeah, that's his actual name, right? Okay, Libowitz. I'm trying to think who John Libowitz was. Yeah, he's one of the Daywalkers. He switched his name and started acting cool, and we thought we wouldn't find him out. Not with Wiggy on our team. Not with Wiggy on our team, brother. Hell no. We got you, Libowitz. But we'll call you Stuart to keep it cool. We'll call you Stuart. It didn't come from the lab, guys. Kiss the bat. Hey, bro, I don't know. I can't say what happens when you kiss a bat. Yeah, Daywalker, brother. You switched that last name like Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill couldn't undo the fro, though. Unfortunately, it's super bad. So we knew right off the bat, first roll. I think it was a $20 or $40 million lawsuit. Hey, I would say, you know, if it all holds up, you know, I'm sure he's gonna have plenty to say about this. But if it all holds up, I think that he got more than $40 million worth of advertising. There's not a question. He got more than that. Now, I mean, is it going to be? There's not a question. Are they going to be able to fight it based off it being done in bad faith in some way? I think that's going to be really interesting. I think. Let me know if you're getting feedback right now. I'm trying to manage these things on the side. Okay. All right. And then Daywalker. Yeah, absolutely. Sandor, brother, you got to watch out. I think it was a $40 million lawsuit. Wiggy sniffed that shit out quick. Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that makes it even greater, because that initially I was thinking that, you know, like South Park, just you see, I mean, so obviously famously they have the whole we make an episode in 10 days. Within 10 days come up with the concept and all this. And I don't know, I'm sure you guys watched the South Park documentary, maybe not, but they had a whole documentary on Comedy Central that was about their sort of creative process. And so I was thinking it was a situation where it was maybe last minute, and that was definitely how the documentary had painted it quite a bit, that they turned this stuff in last minute, so also there can't be any kind of fiddling around with it from whoever the distributor is or whatever. And I'm sure they, within their own contracts, because they have so much leverage, I'm sure they're able to work in a fair amount of creative control on their side. So yeah, I thought, honestly, naively, maybe even, that South Park just had seen this as, like the social issue to address in their episode. So then they just, happened to talk about the episode and also talk about the Paramount stuff within it, and like kind of a lot of the relevant details. I do wish, once I said this earlier, I'm curious your guys' opinion. I do wish they would have hammered them harder on the Epstein shit. I feel like they were kind of a little bit light-handed with that. And, it's so like kind of culturally relevant right now that, I wish we would have really seen them hit hard on that. But Wiggy says, have you ever seen that Colbert vaccine skit? It's pretty gross. But yeah, I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything, just too obvious as a farmer enrichment scheme. Well, yeah, and I feel that then also as far as like just the silencing of any kind of dissenting opinions and the kind of lampooning of anybody who was a dissenting opinion at the time. Then just like really selling out for like the Jon Stewart thing, like we talked about, like that was one that was really gross. I'm not watching late night TV, to be honest. So it's like, I have every reason just not to watch the shit to begin with, because it's cringe. But yeah, shit like that just is like, as somebody who, I watched Colbert when he was on the Colbert Report, even when he was on the Daily Show with Jon Stewart back in the day. So, I have a certain level of respect and expectation for his level of comedic comedy, or comedic comedy. I'm sorry, political comedy. And I just think that with that Late Show, he really failed that, especially being in that position. And they all have. And it's like, the thing is, they're all so cookie cutter, and basically they might as well be the same generic hosts on all those shows. So it's like, what's even the point, to be honest? Sandor, when South Park puts out their best, nothing can beat it. No, I agree with that. South Park. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed this comment, Wiggy. I clicked on it, but I didn't read it. The social engineering was also a big bonus. Yeah, I agree. That's as far as like the lockdowns and stuff like that. You have to definitely, as a society generally, I would say, like, you can see this kind of social scars and the kind of, social distancing is still not like literally a thing, but you can see like, as far as like, there's just like kind of a coldness, in my opinion. So I wonder if you experienced that as well, Wiggy. And Sandor, I'd be really curious your opinion outside of America, as far as like, did you guys feel the same way kind of coming out of COVID, the same kind of like isolation? And I worked through COVID for the most part, because I was in I lived in Florida, so they didn't give a fuck, to be completely honest. And then also they had the whole like essential worker program, and that was a super broad net in Florida regardless. But yeah, I worked the entire time through COVID. And still definitely feel like, though, after that, I feel like even for myself, I kind of struggle readjusting in like those really dynamic kind of social settings specifically. It's like, I agree. So as far as the social engineering, that was some shit that set us back big time, and we're still, that's like to be decided where we when we end up kind of recovering from that. Sandor says, when South Park puts out their best, nothing can beat it. But so yeah, I agree with that. South Park is one of the shows, I would say, genuinely one of the shows that I'll say, in my American experience. And once again, Sandor, I'm really curious your opinion, how much this differs, and Wiggy as well as you. But as far as like, one of the shows that was like instrumental in like just as far as like forming the general pop culture of the 90s. Like there's a few things in like early 2000s and then up to now, the show's still fucking on air now, so it's a perfect example of something that's really transitioned with the culture from as far as like big picture culture, and just consistently stayed relevant. And you know, I think they've had some seasons where and this is probably the case with like a show that's on, you know, for like almost 30 seasons at this point. It's really not about the full seasons, especially like with the cartoon. Probably it's less about the seasons. It's more about moments like this, like episodes. You put out a single episode that just really culturally had some kind of significance. And with South Park and The Simpsons, Family Guy, how these shows kind of specifically do this compared to other forms of media is there are these cartoons that are not like necessarily based in our world, but they address things and they kind of like, you know, it's kind of like a weird kind of hybrid as far as like the story that they're telling. Like in South Park, like they're on Earth, but it's like it's obviously some kind of like, you know, different cartoonish reality, but they still get the benefit of like addressing actual things that happen in our actual society. So that's an interesting thing when you think about it. It's like when you're talking about Breaking Bad, it's the same kind of thing, but they have such a different kind of story that they're telling that's kind of walled off to a certain degree. Like they're not going to all of a sudden usually have an episode where it's like, okay, we're going to talk about, you know, the migrant crisis, or we're going to talk about something like Epstein Island. You know, like literally South Park is, you know, it's comedically peeling back those kind of like the cultural attitude of the time in a way. But yeah, and I mean, I think from a free speech angle too, South Park has actually been really important with pushing those boundaries. And you know, the whole speaking truth to power kind of idea of what comedy is supposed to do, as far as like punching up and being some kind of like observational voice. So I just salute to South Park. I agree with you, Sandor. LMFAO, I remember I called out Stephen Miller as a wannabe goals. Yeah, I do remember that. Well, I have a gift. I don't even need to check early life anymore. Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. No, we sniffed him out. Well, I was actually watching something today where it might have been actually Nick Fuentes was talking about it, and he was calling out Stephen Miller as, which actually I think I might have that video for later. I grabbed that video for you, Wiggy, because I was like, I'm like 90% sure I grabbed it anyways, because yeah, I was watching it and he's talking about as far as like, is it compatible to have, I mean, basically he's asking, is it compatible to have so much influence from Jewish people directly in places of power? And he's kind of talking about it, even if they are Americans. So it's an interesting problem, and a bit of a familiar problem that he's kind of touching on. So I wanted to get your opinion on it. Early life and education every time. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the name's not enough. The name's not enough, guys. You got to do more than change the name. No disrespect. When are we going to get Sandor on the record for real? Oh man, Sandor's already on the record. It's all based off preference. He prefers to stay on the record and on the record in the shadows under an alias. The thing is, somebody has to live to tell our story, Wiggy. If we're gonna show our faces on here, they got my first name. Well, they got all of it. You already know, but you know, I'm giving it to them here. So at the end of the day, you hop on here, you're giving them the facial recognition. Although you like to stay inside the shadows as well when you hop on here, and I respect you for that. I absolutely respect you for that. Let's see here. Sandor says RPM at the time annoyed a lot of people with the lockdowns. Yeah, I remember that. I worked through it too, as I went from minimum wage worker to essential service. Oh man. Yeah, that's how that goes immediately. It's like all of a sudden they're the most essential. Come on, get out there. Nothing can beat the first 2 seasons of South Park. I give it that respect. Yeah, the first, I mean, there's more though, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. South Park has, they've given us some fire for many, many years. I'll say, like, so I have a daughter, so I don't get to watch it in the house often anymore. She even, there was times when she was really young that I'd watch it, when you have that confidence, like they're not going to pick this up. And she still, though, if I like scroll past it on the TV, she'll say, "Oh, that's the bad word show," or whatever. I'm like, shit. So yeah, but I will say honestly, there's some episodes, I don't know them by name, but I can, you know, obviously like describe kind of the plot, that I would still highly recommend. Just from, like I said, from a comedic standpoint, it's either giving you something where it's like, hey, that's a really interesting angle, or obviously like one I can think about is where they're going to the fucking pawn shop and they're buying the weapons, and it's like half anime, half South Park animation. That episode's so fucking funny. But then in other times, like I said, like with this episode, they do a lot of really challenging the powers that be, and like at this time that's even more essential and powerful, because we have people in power that are actively trying to shut down dissenting voices. So people like South Park, or earlier I mentioned Joe Rogan. The reason I was saying that is because these people have already built up direct to consumer, direct to customer trust, and like with a huge group of people. So you're talking millions and millions of people recognize this brand, recognize these people, and so they can't really be threatened, because if you take away their livelihood, they can take it on independent, and where they may or may not make as much money. Like, I mean, right now the South Park guys just closed a deal for fucking like $50 billion. I think I'm bullshit on that. It's like, it was less, but still is billions of dollars. So it's like, as far as from that perspective, it's like, if they end up if that fucking contract were to become void tomorrow and they don't even get that money, they have the infrastructure, the know-how, the connections to do this independently, and actually probably become even more vicious with their commentary. So, I mean, honestly, to exile them would be probably the worst thing that you could do, because they're going to come back with completely untethered, and you're going to have a problem there. So Wiggy Wom says, funny enough, it's those seasons that the creators hate the most. I think that's like anybody that creates something, you feel like you're making it better over time. So it's like, when you look back on it, it can be a little cringe to see shit that you did previously, I imagine, like especially on their level, when you consider like the animation was like cardboard characters literally. You know, after they start to get that kind of like animation know-how, and I'm sure there's some things with like the writing and stuff, they probably are like, that's so fucking amateur. But the thing is, that's when it's the rawest and the realest, you know. Like, one of these days, I'm gonna have a fucking setup in this bitch and be like fucking Rush Limbaugh. I'm gonna really be giving the Jews hell. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm so yeah, right now, listen, it's raw, it's uncut. I was on this bitch late today because I was trying to pull all the stuff and put it on the computer and fucking getting it in, bringing it to you guys real raw, uncut. But like, for example, by the way, though, speaking of that, bigger, longer, and uncut, from South Park's perspective, the movie, if you guys remember, there's a lot of references to this as far as like the relationship between Donald Trump and the devil that they touch on, and kind of like the parallels between the movie when they had Saddam Hussein in bed with the devil and shit. I do wonder why they all talk Canadian. So I don't know. What is that? Is that like a undercover like dog whistle letting us know like, hey, the Canadians are actually the ones controlling everything? That'd be fucking nuts. But the kind of parallels there, and I think when we've had the conversations on this podcast several times over the past 3 weeks or so, and we're talking about like, hey, at this point, we got to really look inward and say like, are we the good guys? Are we not? I'm having stuff just pop up on my screen right now. Fucking crazy. I think The IDF might have got me, boys. I'm not even gonna lie. I have just something. It's like emojis popping up on my screen, like Matthew Lillard style from fucking Hackers. Now I'm hearing scratches on the door. Got boys. If this shuts off, send help. I do not have any ideations of doing anything crazy myself. Sandor Clegane says, we joke about that though until they fucking Boeing my ass. Sandor Clegane says, at Wiggy, you guys have interesting things to say when you go on. I got nothing. No, Wiggy, you definitely. I mean, but sometimes I understand where there's a certain level of comfortability to where, like, because sometimes I feel like I get in people's comments and I can really flesh out my thinking a little bit, you know? So, I mean, I think you add to the conversation a great deal in the comments, and I appreciate you for that, Sandor. So I'm sure you would get on here and fire things up. But I totally get the preference of commenting over and like just getting on camera and like, you know, I relate to it. Even as somebody that does this, I totally get it and relate to it. Wiggy says, for instance, Hartman behaves like a typical Jew, but they project that on Cartman. And act like Kyle is a saint, just pushed to the edge by Cartman. Interesting. Okay. You got plenty to say, Sandor, and I agree with that. You already know. You already know, brother. You're the man. Hell, you watched Nick. You mean, what do you mean, Nick? Hell, you watched Nick. I'm thinking about that, so let me know. I might just be going over my head. Oh, well, I'd put more light up, but I live in a jungle. And it brings some crazy bugs. I absolutely feel that. In Florida, I'm sure you know, we got the crazy ass bugs as well. Growing up, I grew up more in a city, so like coming down here, I'm like that guy where it's like I'm not used to the fucking crazy ass bugs. Does your wife have you under the thumb? I wouldn't say so. I mean, I'm trying to think what you mean by that as far as like, does she bust my ass and tell me what to do? If that's the question, absolutely not. I mean, how do you think I would be on this fucking podcast for 7 hours the other night if my wife had me under the thumb? I would say out of all the people I do podcasts with, for that very reason, I'm less under the thumb of my woman than anybody I know. Because everybody I know will be on this podcast and they'll be like, my wife is hitting me right now. It might be over. I've seen tears come to men's eyes sitting across from me on the mic. And not because of anything I said. I'm a nice guy. You know what I mean? It's they look down at that phone and it's like they got a couple paragraphs. Give them the what's for. So no, I could do whatever the fuck I want, Sandor. I'm like that. Sometimes she'll be in here with me when I'm smoking and stuff and I'm passing it to her. And she'll hear the crazy shit I say, and I say it proudly. That's why she knows who she got with, man. She knows. Ricky says, don't shelter your kids like that. It's rough sometimes, but I definitely talk to my sons like they're adults. Daughters may be different. I'm not a girl dad. Yeah, I'm a girl dad. And also, bro, shelter. Calm down with shelter, Wiggy. We're talking about South Park, brother. We're talking about South Park. I just feel like my daughter doesn't need to see. It's not even so much like curse words. It's like the fucking insane things that they're depicting. Like I said, some things I can think of is like they literally fight aborted fetuses at an abortion clinic. She's not ready for that one. You know what I mean? These fourth graders will go up inside a woman's uterus and fight. I mean, you know, I don't care as much about the violence. I'm American. So it's like, it's just, you know, I'm trying to protect her from, you know, the trauma. I would probably be a bad girl dad. No, brother. I think, well, the thing is, once you have the daughter, which I don't know if you're planning on having any more kids, but if you do, or if you were to have one, and I'm sure you know this from having a son, you kind of just, not that there's not horrible girl dads out there, but I think more times than not, people just rise to the occasion of the task that's in front of them more times than not. So I think you would just kind of like intuitively probably slightly alter your sensibilities. And it's to each his own, to be honest. I agree with you as far as like generally sheltering your kids, I think is not a good thing. Like I said, it's not because of the curse words. It's just more because of like the like extreme, not even violence, but like just what they're depicting as like just over the comprehension. I got to really get into the weeds to explain to her what's happening if they're like, you know, crawling up into a woman's body and they're fighting her organs or whatever the fuck they're doing. Keep your home whole and she won't ride the pole. Yeah, that's the goal. That is absolutely the goal. And we're keeping on. I'm definitely planning on keeping the home whole as well. So I feel you on that. And I'm sure I'd love to get more insight from you on that, Sandor. I don't know what kind of life experience you have there. I hope there's no daughters on any poles out there, and I hope the house is whole. And I want both those things for you, brother. LMFAO, I'd aim to be more like Art Bell. He had that crazy late night talk show where callers would come talk about vampires and shit. Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, the thing is, I'll definitely be down for that. I would for sure be down for that. We just got to get more of like a reach and more of like a you know, I got to figure out how to work the algorithm in general better. And then sometimes I recognize myself that I make decisions that are kind of like, you know, counter to fully maximizing that. So so yeah, as far as like callers and stuff like that, like Wiggy and Sandor, you two are super interesting. Jay's really interesting to have hop on here. I'm sure we can get in some really interesting religious talks with Jay, which I'm into all those kind of conversations. So yeah, supernatural, all those kind of crazy things. If we could end up really tapping into whatever kind of audience is out there for that late night. And I just recently started doing these late night streams. When I was streaming previously, I would always do like 6 o'clock. And I would say that we would typically hit better viewership, but less engagement. So like I said, it's been a blessing to come across Wiggy, you and Sandor. You guys have a lot of really interesting perspectives on the things that we talk about. So we just got to get some fucking freaks in here. I got to figure out where to drop the pod to really attract the fucking weirdos. And like I said, I'm a nice guy. I'll give the runway for whoever to come on here, and you know, you could talk about Nazi vampires or fucking communist werewolves, whatever you want to get into. We can get into it. And shit, we can even do a little bit of digging if that's what they want to do. There's some dudes convinced he was a vampire hunter and have killed dozens of vampires. Oh shit. You imagine all the poor fucking dead non-vampire humans that he's killed? Yeah, like I'd love to talk to that guy. That'd be an amazing conversation. Because I'd really like to gently confront him on, you know, one, how confident are you that those are vampires that you killed? And I mean, hopefully he tells me, hopefully he just says, hey, you know, they turned to fucking ash when I stuck them with the stake, they turned to ash. Then I'd feel actually very intrigued by that answer, and I'd want to know more. I like the UFO stuff on Art Bell. Yeah, I mean, UFO people, I'd love to get into that kind of shit. I mean, let's push it to the absolute limit, up until the point of possibly getting murdered by the government. And that's one thing I like to think about when we talk about UFOs and shit like that. And now that the government's kind of like, you know, kind of think about it. It's kind of real. You know, here's this information. Here's that information. It's kind of interesting when you're like, oh, well, what about all those people that you fucking ran out of their professions and fucking shot dead in the woods and said they hung themselves? Guess we're just gonna ignore all those crimes. Sandor Clegane says the time some guy called up all freaked out saying he worked at Area 51, a couple of minutes in the power to the station went out. Oh, that's fucking wild. Yeah. I don't know. See, that you've reached my limit of like, that guy, don't call, bro. Yeah, I don't need those problems. You keep that pimp hand strong. Nice. Oh, 100%, bro. The pimp hand is extremely, extremely strong. Fresh News 247. Shout out to you. Thank you for tuning in, brother. Reviving lost respect for South Park. I'd like to know why you lost respect for South Park. I gained respect for him. So you let me know why you lost respect. And we could definitely chop it up on that. I mean, if you lost respect because they talked about it's the fucking president of the United States. You expect him not to talk about the president of the United States while he's the president of the United States? Like, that kind of seems a little silly. They got to talk about whatever is the like biggest fucking news story in the entire world. So it's like, you know, are you one of the guys that's like, hey, we should talk less about the whole pedo cult thing? It's not interesting. Let me know. My wife would definitely be like, shut it down. And I would say, okay. Yeah. I see. I'd get the eye. That's a balance you gotta try to land. It's tough, man, because I mean, this takes a lot of time, just like leading up to it and preparing for it. But it is a lot of fun to do. So it's kind of like, just fuck it. They got to understand. I got to do the shit that I want to do in my life. And wife smokes, yuck, bro. Just all right. You're fucking retarded and dumb. Get out of the fucking chat, bro. Get out of the chat if you're gonna be a dumbass, brother. Listen, hey, yuck, she's not for you. Okay, I wouldn't sit here and I wouldn't criticize your hand. That's for you. The ladies that smoke or otherwise, that's for us. Your hand and your fucking sheep's asshole on your fucking family farm, brother. That's for you. That's what you need to worry about dumping in. Don't worry about yuck or hot or fucking not. None of that's any of your fucking business. There we go. 2 kids trying to kill themselves. Kids don't need to see that. Kids don't need. South Park's not for the kids. I mean, I agree with you. I say I wouldn't let my child watch South Park either. So if that's what you're talking about, but it's like, so can we not have anything ever made for fucking adults? Like, come on. Don't get confused because it's animated. Wiggy Wom, I'm over here trying to get my oldest son. Yeah, well, hey, that's something. Let me know about that. That's interesting. That's cool that he does that. Sandor says, why are you trying to bankrupt your child? True. I need a printer. I let my kids listen to Kanye. I bet, bro. I bet. Your kids listen to Kanye and watch fucking Mein Kampf while looking at a fucking slideshow of Donald Trump. Come on. I bought him a few. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. All he wants to read is One Piece. That's interesting. So yeah, Warhammer is not something that I'm as familiar with. But I have seen Harry Cavill talk about it because he's going to be in the TV show. I think they're doing a TV show or a movie. So I've seen him talk about it like it's the greatest fucking lore that's ever existed. So I am intrigued on getting into those books. So if you have kind of like a good starting point that I could look into, like we talked about last time briefly, you know, I read the Dune books, and so that kind of stuff I get into. One Piece is GOAT though. One Piece, the manga I haven't read much of. I watched a little bit of the anime, but there's just too fucking much anime of One Piece. And then the live action, I'm not gonna lie, I did fuck with the live action a little bit. I have to really think about as far as like GOAT of anime, but I watch anime. I've watched anime a shit ton when I was younger, and I watch some of them now with my daughter. As far as like, watched a little bit of Black Clover. That's one that we watch now that I haven't finished, but it's really good. It's more of a contemporary one. And what's the fucking Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer is great as a newer kind of anime. So Fresh says Coast to Coast. Not sure what that's in reference to, but shout out to you. Space Ghost Coast to Coast. I wouldn't mind going for those vibes. Jay is fun because you can tell he likes to hear new ideas. Yeah, 100%. And he's open-minded, and and he has a different perspective. We all have different perspectives, but him being a MAGA supporter is, as far as like what I've picked up so far, I don't want to mischaracterize his point of view, but definitely conservative. So I love those kind of like clashing of ideas. That's why, like I said, I'd like to get some vampires up in here. I love to get some vampires up here. We're doing the late night stream, so hopefully if there are any vampires out there, if you guys know any vampires, share the stream with them. They can call up, we can chop it up, we can talk about what that means and and all of it in love. Try and reach Hogan in the afterlife. Yeah, that would be fun. We should do a little Ouija board episode and see if we can get a hold of our brother. Brother, what should we do? America's dying. Hand out cards when you do stand up. You'll get some crazies. Yeah, that's a good idea. When I do the stand up, it's just like I said, I'm doing that so sparingly now. That's like, I need to lock in with it. That's one of the reasons I'm looking at Tampa. We've talked about moving to Tampa. Where I live now, it's just like really far south. So it's just a fucking trek whenever I'm trying to go up there. But Tampa's a great spot for it. So, but and also just for crazy ass people, you're right. I got to get better at just the marketing aspect and the reaching out, networking, and all that. That's just really counter to what I've been doing up to this point in my life. I've been like anti-social media. I've been locked in on like my own shit, you know, as far as like doing things, building my life and stuff. So it's like I didn't really see as much value in social media. Now I'm kind of like, oh, hey, I'd like to do a fucking podcast. And it's like, well, shit, I wasn't spending any time really meaningfully networking as far as like, you know, like in an intentional way. So, bro, UFO, I'm pretty sure we already have 0 point energy and plasma drones. Hey, bro, fucking yeah, Nikola Tesla, he already had all that shit mocked up. They came in and said, yeah, this is all of ours. We don't give a fuck what you want to do with it. The American dream was born. The American dream was born in the fucking shadows of Area 51. And yeah, I'm sure they're floating around doing all the cool shit like from Blade Runner. I'd like to think you've got a pump action sitting on your lap. I don't have a pump action sitting on my lap, but I do have a shotgun in the home. Believe that. The house I grew up with, bro, we like my dad, guns were it's like the stereotypical version of what people would think of in like a American's relationship with guns. Like my dad was like the guy that had the gun sitting on the fucking kitchen table, just randomly come home from school, and he's like, I'm cleaning all these right now, just so I could feel them in my hands for the evening. And go ahead and put on Being Human on Sci-Fi. Underrated show. The man had, well, I won't say he had great taste in shows, but there was a few bangers. There were a few bangers, and Sci-Fi had some underrated content on there. Lost a little bit of respect for him. God bless you, Dad. My dad's alive though. I'm talking about him like he's dead. But I love you if you're out there and you're listening. But I will say the fucking girl there was some fucking succubus show that he used to watch that, and he knows I lost respect when I saw him watching that shit. And he's just like, bro, but it's fucking girl on girl. I'm like a fucking teenager walking through the living room. There's fucking girls scissoring on the fucking Sci-Fi show, spitting fucking alien ooze into their mouth. Nowadays, it's crazy how we went backwards as a society. We really were fucking peak at that time. Sandor says 100% Wiggy. They're sitting on that stuff. Yeah, that is definitely true. They're sitting on the crazy shit. I don't need South Park. I need the Epstein files. No, I feel you on that. So that's a great, I hear you 100%. I hear you on that. But hear me out here. The South Park is it's like a cultural tool for the people or whatever, just like the consciousness of the country. It's a tool to hold the people that have the option to reveal these things. It's a tool to hold their feet to the fire. Like you see, obviously over this past week or so, and Fresh, if you're still here, you gotta get it. I'm just really wondering why the fuck you would be defending the fucking pedo Captain America. But when you have the president actively being like, don't talk about this, don't talk about trying to, which obviously has a bit of the Streisand effect, but the intention is to shut it down. The intention of the powers that be is to shut it down. You know, they're throwing out like, we need to arrest Obama, this and that. So they're really, in a way, they're really like willing to give up all the other conspiracies just to keep this one fucking please hidden. I'm not saying there's not even some validity. I've only kind of done a cursory look into the Obama stuff just to kind of understand a little bit what it's about. I got to dig into it more because I don't want to take my eye off the ball. I know that's the goal, but then I also am mindful of they might actually give you some good shit because they want to get your eye off the ball. So I don't want to totally miss out on like what could be some gems of crazy ass information, but at the same time, I want to, like I said, keep my eye on the ball. So Wiggy, just hear me out on that. My pushback to what you're saying here is we shouldn't discredit South Park in the way that they are just another tool to apply pressure to the people that, you know, can easily ignore you or I or Sandor and like us getting on here, rightfully so, and talking about those same things. They have and there's a lot of people like you or I that will choose to not talk about those things. And there's a huge buffer as far as like, or huge disparity between the audience I can reach and the audience that South Park can reach. And there's a ton of people in between that, right? That are going to choose to avoid these issues, at least meaningfully, and think about mainstream coverage. They're going to avoid these issues or actually give active cover to the people perpetrating it. So when you have somebody that's in that kind of ballpark, they demand that same kind of attention in the current, you know, kind of marketplace of ideas. I think it's really useful actually that South Park is reintroducing this to the conversation, is completely making Donald Trump look like a fucking clown, and anybody that defends them looking like a pedo defending fucking weird clown. Anybody that fucking dares to say anything about anybody else that's doing something completely obscure in their life, like smoke or something like that, for a random example, and they decide to provide cover for somebody involved in a fucking pedophile cult, get on the fucking page, open up the book, get to the fucking memo. Like, let's understand, like, everything else is bullshit aside from like as far as like class power structures is honestly that's where everything lies. And that's the difference between this is the 2-tiered, 3-tiered, whatever the fuck tiered justice system that is set to completely allow people to get off the hook. You have you have Ghislaine Maxwell in fucking prison based off selling pussy to absolutely nobody. Like, explain that. And then they run cover while calling fucking pedos that are in these fucking files victims. They can't release names because look, hey, maybe they didn't mean it, or, you know, maybe they didn't do anything wrong. Give me a fucking break, bro. If you ended up on an island, there's so many levels of commitment to the point to where you end up on an island with your dick in a fucking minor that we can't let you off for that. We can't let you off for that. You got to be held accountable for that. And I just got to believe that the country can withstand, you know, going through a transition period of, well, we just lost the fucking we lost the CEO of Victoria's Secret. Too goddamn bad. Somebody else needs to get out there and make some motherfucking underwear. I'm sorry. You guys feel me? Wiggy, my wife smokes on the occasion. I smoke all the occasions. If I could have a J always lit, I would. Oh, brother, I'm with you on that. You already know how I get down. I've worked in cannabis quite a bit. I enjoy the plant a lot. That's why, like I said, fresh over here running cover for fucking pedos while judging people about smoking with their own goddamn lungs in their own fucking mouth. Brother, you got to get your goddamn shit together. You got to get your shit together. You better be sitting next to a fucking fine ass woman right now talking that crazy shit. Don't make me fucking wig out. But Wiggy, I'm with you. And also, it's a beautiful cathartic thing to sit here and smoke with your partner and be able to talk about, you know, whatever you guys might end up talking about, or just have some fun laughs and enjoy anything you could do in that way. You know, meaningful, kind of like it's a meditative process. You sit there. It almost got our people together, Wiggy. The Euros and the fucking and the natives almost got their shit together. So if they would have just sat around and smoked just a tad bit more, you know, they might have actually got some shit fucking figured out and not had to, you know, do a genocide. I don't agree with that, and I don't support that. I'm not even going to say that was my people. I don't know who those guys were. My wife square as fuck. I make her have a long drag through straight manipulation. Straight manipulation and peer pressure. That's nice, brother. That's how. No, but hey, I think square people sometimes they're the most enjoyable smoke partners, and that's whether they smoke or not. If you don't smoke and it's just kind of like it's like having a straight man. You know what I mean? You have a straight man in a comedy act. When you're sitting there smoking and you have your mind kind of running on goofy, and you have somebody that's just kind of like from a more sober standpoint, engaging with your own kind of like train of thought. It's a fun thing. So I appreciate anybody. I don't judge anybody whether you smoke, you don't smoke. Well, I'll take that back. Like, we're gonna watch Hunter Biden. If you smoke crack, I will definitely judge you for that one. I'm sorry. And it's involuntary. It's just involuntary. I still might even have love for you. I got some love for some family members that are straight up crackheads, bona fide crackheads, lifelong crackheads. And, you know, I still see a glimmer of the beautiful person on the inside. But at the same time, they still will steal your shit from you if you invite them over to your house. So you just can't do that. You can't have you coming over if you're going to, you know, fucking pocket figurines off the shelves and shit. Like, it just doesn't work. Wiggy said, every Trump supporter I know eventually became an ex-Trump supporter. You know, I'm not so confident in that. I actually have seen, there are a lot. I give conservatives some credit here, where I think that there's been a good amount of normal, everyday people that are conservative that I think have been able to look at this and just call a spade and say, this is just fucked up. There's something wrong here. Or even go so far as to say, I can't support this shit anymore. He's obviously directly implicated. But I will say that there is a portion of MAGA that is outright fucking cult members. We might have Fresh here. I don't know. I'm leaving it open for Fresh possibly being a troll, and it's okay if you're a troll, that's fine. But I also know one person in my personal life who has been a staunch Trump supporter the entire time and is still a Trump supporter and still is defending the fuckery. So I think there are some people genuinely who are cult members and who are just locked in on the cult mindset. They are willing to believe anything. I said this at last episode or the episode before that, where the line that the Trump White House is taking now, where, I mean, they're still saying, like, don't talk about it, it's boring, it's stupid, and all this shit. But that was the initial line that they took, and I thought that was just fucking idiotic. And obviously, it's like, okay, that person is involved. Like, it was, like, to a T. It was, if you were gonna plan the worst possible response for, like, hey, they're gonna question you on Epstein, obviously, how do you think you should respond? Completely saying, oh, well, fucking international sex cults are boring, and we shouldn't be talking about that. Anybody that talks about that is dumb. That is just a fucking total retard take. What he ended up doing now, what they're doing as far as like trying to push it off on Obama, saying it's like fake, from Hillary Clinton and the Clintons and all this kind of shit, and this is big conspiracy. That, I think, was actually a way more palatable way to kind of explain it away. And I think that honestly, you would have had even more people outside of just the cult MAGA that would have honestly taken that and would have bought that and would have accepted that and said, you know what, yeah, it probably was the Clintons or Obama or whatever, and it's probably just this big fucking hoax at the end of the day, and they came. So I think if that would have been the initial approach, I think they would have sold some people on that. So I'm thankful that they have no fucking tact at all, and just went head first and you should fucking just not even talk about that. It's boring. You're a bad person for caring about fucking kids getting raped. Oh, okay. What the fuck are you even talking about? You're a bad person. That's the most good person thing you should fucking care about. Sandor says, you're my hero for real, going up and doing all the Mike takes big steel ball. Hey, brother, you need to stop, Sandor. You're gonna make me start getting emotional on camera. But yeah, bro, it's something that I enjoy, and also I enjoy, I have big anxiety leading up to things like that. But once you get going, same thing even for this. I get kind of anxious doing this, to be completely honest with you. But once you get going, that kind of melts away. I'm sure this is the case for other people, but I feel like this is definitely has always been the case for me as far as like public speaking or anything like that. And I've always done well with it after I've gone over the initial hurdle of kind of forcing myself to do it. So I do appreciate that, though, 100%, brother. And I'm gonna keep on doing it, keep on writing, and keep on keeping on, trying to get better. And then I think honestly, the main thing for me, I get good feedback on all that kind of stuff when I do it. It's just really learning the marketing and social media aspect. That's just totally foreign to me and something that I'm not even like really comfortable doing, to be completely honest. So I just have to get over that though, and really lock in on that kind of portion of whether it be for the podcast or anything else that I'm doing. And in the day and age that we're in now, being able to really leverage audiences on social media and shit like that is important. So that reason being, while you have fucking retards like the Nelk Boys, or I mean, I'm not gonna be completely naive. I'm sure that there's some other like kind of direct connection why they're probably a complete fucking CIA operation, to be completely honest. So I don't want to be naive, but people like that though, who are able to build those kind of audiences based off of not necessarily the quality of conversation that they're engaged in, but just really understanding the internet and how to just leverage it. So you ever heard of Swamp Fest there in Florida? I have heard of Swamp Fest. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You let me know what you're curious about there. If you're going to end up at Old Swamp Fest, brother, we need to do a meet. Let me know. Sandor, ex-Trumpers always have to go bankrupt at the hospital or lose their jobs first. So I don't think they have to. I'll disagree with that. I'll disagree with that as like a factual statement, although I'm not sure that's meant to be totally factual. But I will say that that is a that's a trigger. That's a trigger. That could be a flashpoint moment for a lot of people where they end up like, oh shit, I don't have insurance anymore. Oh, my job's eliminated from the government and I'm a veteran. Well, well, maybe Trump isn't for the veterans. That's the funny thing. When they end up coming to the realization, it's like something that's like, what the fuck? Trump's cutting fucking food stamps? Come on. Come on. You thought he gave a fuck about food stamps? You thought he gave a shit about fuck? Are you sure? Bro, he's cutting whatever the fuck he thinks. Anybody that's getting anything but then doesn't have a loud enough voice or influence or can't give him a motherfucking dollar to keep it, he's telling you to go fuck yourself. He's like, food stamps, how about tax breaks? Oh my God, Medicare for all. How about tax breaks for all and mainly me? Yeah, but that's great fucking point, Sandor. And that is definitely an effective tool to switch over the MAGA to bleeding heart liberal overnight. Wiggy says, I have a suppressed PDW and a 1095 clay tempered katana, bro. America. Yeah. Just walk around on your, I don't know if you have a farm or not. I know you said you're like kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but just walk around with that shit on you. And I told you guys about my dad in the house having the guns laid out on the kitchen table, just cleaning them and shit. He has a farm now in South Carolina. And whenever I go up to visit him, his dad's just walking around fucking like he's in the middle, like he's in a militia by himself. He's in a militia out there by himself, ready to do some birdies. Jump down to the ground, hop back up, touch the sky. He's got the SMG on him like he's a fucking member of the resistance. So no, bro, I know it definitely. You get out there in the woods by yourself, you just start doing weird shit. It is what it is. I also seen him completely. I don't know. I mean, he emptied. I don't know how else to say it. He emptied out a fucking fox's body and put him on a fucking pike to scare the other foxes away. I don't know if I'm not sure if that's something I should put on the internet, but he did that and it shocked me. I came and visited him and he showed me the fucking picture of it and I'm like, Dad, brother, let me talk to you real quick. Now I'm gonna walk in there and the family's gonna be alive, right? I'm gonna walk in this house. Everybody's alive in that house, right, Dad? Oh yeah, sir. Everybody's alive because of me. Everybody's alive because of me. I kept him alive. No, he's the man. He's the man. I need him to come on here actually and just chop it up one of these days to show you guys where I come from. I I have curse words and 2 dogs. Alvin, shout out to you. Hello, all. Shout out to you. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry. I try to get to all the comments. So right now, I'm just cruising through the comments. I see I'm a little bit behind. Oh shit, quite a bit behind. My bad, guys. But I try to respond to all the comments too and engage with them as best as I can. I enjoy you guys hopping in here, especially on these late night streams, and we get to kind of just kick it and chop it up about whatever we're talking about. So, but Alvin, brother, I appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully you subscribed, or maybe you're already subscribed. And hopefully you like what we're talking about. Right now, we're just shitting on the president of the United States. Good day, Alvin. Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to you, brother. Hello. Hey, all love in the chat. I love that. The boys are out here welcoming somebody new to our tribe. Welcome to the tribe, brother. Sandor says, nothing suspicious about the timing of this Obama stuff. Nothing suspicious at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so off. It's just, it's so without any kind of tact. At least, like, go bomb some shit and act like it was completely out of your control. And you're like, fuck, guys, they just bombed Vegas. We gotta go do that. We gotta go. I can't help it. Like, that's what Netanyahu's doing. Netanyahu goes to court and then he's like, oh shit, I didn't realize, but I guess we had something planned today. I gotta leave. We're bombing the country right now. Do you guys mind if I, fucking sick shit. It's just sick shit with what's going on in this world, to be honest. But yeah, nothing suspicious. Wiggy says they can ignore TV all day. They can even ignore a few million people protesting. LA was a flashpoint. The war for America will start on the LA streets. Even Stephen Miller said that. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a possibility with that, especially with the amount of immigrants that you have there. You just have a very diverse kind of population there in LA. So I could see why it's, just why it's ripe for that kind of, incident. But I mean, I don't think that, so you can ignore TV all day. I agree with that, but I think that a lot of people aren't ignoring TV. A lot of people are, they're having this conversation again today with the framing that was brought forth from the episode from South Park. So I think, like, I get what you're saying, but we have to also be honest. Like, there's actual real world consequences. And I think that, I'm not trying to be naive and say that solely, it would be a straw man to act as if my argument is really based solely off of, like, well, South Park dropped this episode and that's just exactly what we need to have this conversation going. It's just, it speaks to just where the culture's at in general, that they did drop this episode. And they're one of the shows that has the most sort of equity, whether it be with their distributor or with the audience itself, to really push that. I mean, Fresh, he might have actually left. He was the only person we had in here so far that was defending Trump and said that he lost respect for South Park. So I'd really like to hear the other side of that. I didn't mean to, like, run him off. He was just being a cunt. So I was just being kind of a little bit of a cunt back, Deflection is the word of the day. Yeah, deflection, absolutely. That is what we're seeing happening. And that is for sure the goal. It's just interesting to see, like I said, how transparent it is and out in the open. How it's completely lacking any kind of strategic thought as far as, like, how they're going about it. It's like, have a separate press conference and say, we're releasing all these files about this or that. Instead, it'll be like, somebody will ask a question about Epstein and then he'll segue to, I might have the video, but he literally goes, what the real witch hunt you guys should be focused on? He literally uses that terminology. You're calling your own thing a witch hunt, just for the record. You're calling Epstein a witch hunt, which I get because you're trying to, like, discredit it and make it illegitimate. But you're carrying that terminology over into the same thing that you're putting forth, and you're framing it as a witch hunt, which kind of, like, immediately undermines your own thing. Sandor, they were just talking business, James. Yeah, I'm sure they were just fucking talking business. Talking business over a couple minors is what I think happened. Wiggy Wom, at this point, is kind of my conspiracy that they're just arguing over what party is going to look worse, because they are both implicated. Yeah, I agree with that, but I think that I think the problem with the Republican side and the MAGA side is they've put so much of what their brand and identity is behind Donald Trump specifically. So if the house of cards comes falling with Donald Trump, then it really goes kind of mask off with that entire side of the party, especially since, I mean, all of what they kind of stand on is this like kind of lays like fake platitudes around morals and values and this and that. You can't be the party of values and morals if you're protecting pedophiles. Just plain and I think that's just like a line. So I think where the Democrats are more set up to weather the storm is that a lot of the people that are going to be implicated from the Democrat side have already been president or can go, honestly. Like there's not really one personality that the Democratic Party is solely centered around. The people that they even attempt to center the Democratic Party around, the Democratic Party almost always completely rebukes and says, we don't want that person. We don't want that person. So when they try to do that with like Hillary Clinton, for example, I mean, you have generally, you know, the Democratic Party, they're very split. Probably the most successful person they did that with was Obama, but he was genuinely inspiring in some ways. So they just haven't had that character. So I think they're better fit to go through that transition and come out the other end, you know, taking some political hits, because I'm sure that they are implicated past even Bill Clinton and, you know, Obama, if he's implicated. But even think about that attitude. Not that this attitude doesn't exist on the right, but I think it would be an extremely, extremely, extremely unpopular opinion for a liberal commentator to say like, well, if Bill Clinton's on that list, he should be protected, or, you know, whatever, like in any way kind of like shooting bail to Bill Clinton, I like to think would be frowned upon on the left, but maybe not, honestly. I mean, I'm sure you would have some people do it. There's some just creatures of the of politics, you know, fucking some real swamp creatures out there that you know, I'm sure would just maintain their loyalty based off of like some idea that that's going to end up paying off for them in the end. Wiggy says it's literally a death blow to all of their legitimacy, and none of them benefit from that. Well, I mean, like I said, I kind of, in response to this, I'll kind of say the same thing that I just said kind of still applies to that, where I agree with that. I don't think the entire party comes down because, you know, it's just not that same kind of cult of personality. I blame alcohol for most America's problems, to be honest. But they have the right to do that. But weed is still so gray zone, looked down on. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in how that is with Texas. I worked with a cannabis company that was moving into Texas at one time. And I know they were like a CBD market only, and there was a lot of just red tape to work around to break into that market. But they were really excited and really talked very highly in some of the meetings that I was in that were you know, higher level meetings. They were saying that Texas was going to be like a top 5 cannabis market in the world. So they had extremely high expectations for that. So maybe there might be a little bit insider trading thing. Just look out for that market whenever they loosen the fuck up, whenever they grease the right palms in Texas and get that shit to loosen up a bit, or has it loosened up? You'll have to tell me. I'm not sure. I don't work in that industry anymore. So you'll have to tell me if Texas is more than CBD only, if they're medical. I'm sure they're not recreational, but if they're medical, let me know. Alcohol is definitely worse for society. Shit, fucking Hunter makes the argument that alcohol is worse than cocaine or crack. So, you know, alcohol, I haven't had a problem with alcohol. So I've used it, I think, pretty sparingly, more of like a social thing. Most I've ever drank alcohol really is for this fucking podcast. When I would do the podcast and have a bunch of people come over and do like debates and stuff, there were times that we would drink alcohol and I would get pretty fucked up then. Most of the time when you see me on camera, believe it or not, extremely under the influence of all happy legal drugs, but definitely on them. Sandor says, I love MAGA Cope. It's delicious. Yeah, the MAGA Cope is fucking wild. And I mean, like I said, I'm happy though to see, and I mentioned it earlier, there are a lot of conservatives and Republicans, I think, have genuinely treated this as I'm highly skeptical. I mean, like, they may give more of a benefit of the doubt than like what we give as people who are not Trump supporters. But I am happy to see that they're at least questioning. I questioned that, to be honest. There were times that I would have some debates around other things and other tactics that the administration had done that I felt like it was much harder to break through that. But there's just something very visceral about like looking the other way on child trafficking that I think just it crosses over each side. It's not a partisan issue. It's a normal people to elite issue. There's only elites can justify in their mind somehow that this is like a means to an end, and this is something that needs to exist or needs to be covered up because the people that were involved in it were just so important. Give me a fucking break. Those people need to go. And then we need to elevate other people that can fill those same kind of roles and not fuck kids. Alvin Sub says, a crackhead will steal your wallet and help you look for it. Yeah, no, that's facts. And that's why, I mean, for me, I have to disagree with Hunter Biden, who said that alcohol is worse than crack. He's like, is crack even really bad for you? We'll watch. I have the videos here. I got to get to him, but he's a wild boy. But yeah, 100%. I've had a good amount of experience with crackheads, like I said, family crackheads. And some of those people were sweethearts before they picked up that fucking rock. Once they turned into a smoker, shit transformed their brain. And like Alvin said, they will steal some shit. They will steal your game system out your house and pawn that and look at you like they don't know what the fuck happened. They'll be like, that shit happened to me last week. I know. It happened to you from you. You have the right to sell your Nintendo 64, bitch. Don't sell mine. God damn it. Cult of personality for sure. This is Sandor, by the way. Cult of personality for sure. They actually think he likes them. Yeah, when he actually has like the most disdain and disgust for the majority. I mean, he literally said, I love the uneducated. I love the uneducated. Yeah, I don't have an answer for the cultist. Ron Paul was the last real Republican. Yeah, I think Ron Paul, he deserves a lot of deserves a lot of respect. And like Ron Paul is a good example of somebody that I think actually we should be working to build some kind of coalition with as people who are liberals, and we should be open to having the discussions around, people that have different opinions on things like taxes. People that have different opinions as far as like how much state involvement should be here or there. And then they should be willing to hear us come back as far as like we have concerns about social safety nets and having a robust social safety net. Like that's important to a lot of us. I hope people like Ron Paul or, like Thomas Massey, for example, now is kind of the new face of that libertarian wing. I think that we should be able to build a coalition with those people around the things that truly, not the taxes and all those things matter, but those are just those are more details. They're not so much like when we're talking about going to war, we're talking about waging war, being implicit in, regimes that are starving people. Like these are just like plain and simple humanitarian rights issues. And I think we should be interested in protecting those, or generally. And I mean, I'm not saying to be the world's police necessarily, but like, definitely not being the ones enabling those things to happen. I think we definitely have to take a stronger stand there. Sounds like your dad knows what's up. No, my dad was it was like, when I say was, I keep on feeling like talking about him like he's dead. But no, he's a great guy. And, he's an interesting guy for sure. So he's actually been on the podcast before back in the day he came on. But yeah, I got to have him come back on. It's been a long time. And he has an interesting point of view. Sometimes he gets a little emotional though. He knows that. He'll get emotional. We'll have a conversation. And then, next thing you know, it's like, what the hell, son? You don't love me? What the hell, son? You don't love me? Is that what this is? No, no, Dad, I love you. Come on, give me a hug, brother. Sandor, yeah, get that man on. Yeah, I do have to get that. I definitely got to get him to come back on. It's just I'm going late, so you have to understand here. When I'm going live, there's several people that honestly that have been really active in the comments that I haven't seen in the comments very often recently. With these videos specifically, just because I think it's a little late for them. So back in the day when I was going live at 6, like I said, there were some consistent folk that would hop in here and we would chop it up. But since I started kind of targeting these later live streams, yeah, I think they're just in bed for work, like reasonable people. Sometimes I'll get direct messages from people and stuff that tell me that, oh, I caught the show, you know, I want to try to catch it next time and all that. But I get it. It's like tonight, even I went later than expected for myself because I was still working on pulling content and stuff like that. Then I end up getting on here and I end up just chopping it up and talking the whole fucking time. And I didn't even need the videos. So now they're suffering from you a severe form of cognitive dissonance. They don't know what to believe anymore. A legit crisis, and by Trump's own hand. It's wild. Yeah, that's a great point. But that's the problem, right? With a cult of personality, this one, the disillusion is kind of happening with the cult leader still at a point of like his most powerful, as far as like, you know, like just as far as position and what he's in charge of, but as far as like the actual disillusion of his followers, I think it's interesting because that's happening while he's still at a height, and there's not really much of a. I'm having this shit happen again where shit is popping up on my fucking IDF is like, bro, you shut the fuck up right now. I'll turn this whole fucking thing off. But yeah, golly, all right. American politics plays out like team sports. Yeah, it definitely feels like that. But I think what I was kind of talking about before, as far as like creating that coalition of people that, you know, may have differences of opinion. I mean, in other countries, you do see that. You'll see like Labor Party work with a more conservative party based off of like some specific thing they want to get done. For us, because there's first and foremost, there's this like loyalty to getting elected. And then in order to get elected, they feel like you have to kind of kowtow to these fucking billionaires or donors and all this. So then after getting elected, you end up owing all these favors that you have to try to come through for. And you're not actually working towards serving the people that gave you the vote based off of just, hey, we felt like you were going to actually do this thing for us. You're serving the people that were like, hey, I gave you that money so I can end up fucking building this development in this area, you know? So let's see here. Perfect time zone for Oceana. Yay, exactly, brother. And that's why it just had to happen. I had to give it a chance. I was curious if I went on here live later, what kind of audience I would drum up as far as like just personalities and stuff like you guys were talking about earlier, you know, having crazy people call in. That's still my vision as far as like, I'd like to get to the point to where we have a big enough audience and a big enough pool. And I really figure out how to work the algorithm and, you know, name the videos correctly, tag them up right, all that kind of shit. Motherfuckers are sleeping on the thumbnails because I feel like a lot of times I've been cooking on these goddamn thumbnails. And my woman makes those thumbnails as well. So if you ever see a thumbnail you like, drop a comment, shout out to her. But yeah, we've been cooking those up. And so there's no explanation for that. I know if we're putting it in front of people, I should at least see people clicking in and then clicking off and saying like, I don't want to listen to this fucking asshole. You know, fuck that guy. Why the fuck do I care what that guy has to say? I need to at least see that. So if I'm not seeing that, then it's letting me know that fucking YouTube is just doing some bullshit and they're trying to protect the fucking they're trying to protect the list. You just made the list. And I know better. But also I've kind of thought like, and you guys maybe have heard me talk about this on the pod before. I've seen a lot of people talk about hitting 1,000 is really the toughest stretch for when you're making building a YouTube channel. And that makes a lot of sense to me for this reason, just because you can't fully partner with YouTube until you hit 1,000 subs. So I can see why YouTube, they're not really there's no incentive for them to push my videos or anybody that's not a partner with YouTube, because they can't monetize my video either. They can't put ads on it. So they can only use this video as like some kind of tool to get people to watch their platform for longer, so to boost analytics and stuff like that. But as far as like materially impacting YouTube's bottom line, they're not benefiting by me in that way, at least as far as I know. So I think really just keep it, just pushing, building the community here. And you got, like I said, you guys are a huge part of that. I'm happy that I started going late just for that, as far as like getting to tap in with Sandor and Wiggy. Just automatically right there has been plenty of payback for these live streams late, hopping in bed with my old lady at 4 a.m. She just turns around like, motherfucker, you know what time it is. You know this is an unacceptable time. I know last time when I went for the 7 hours, she did say like 7 hours for real. She's like, that's a whole shift. And I'm like, I'm like that. That's how strong the pimp hand is, Sandor, just so you know. She looked at me. I got in bed at 4 a.m. She's like, 7 hours for real. That's a whole shift. I said, I'm like that, baby. That's who you're with. That's who you're with. You should be thankful. And then so Jay says, I missed the initial segment. All good, brother. We really were just chopping it up. I started out by hopping in here being like, oh, we're going to slow play it because we're going to give it time for people to hop in the stream. Everybody like the stream, show some love, share. That's actually real for right now. Like, share, show some love to the stream, help the fucking podcast grow. Don't just hop in here and be a hating ass bitch and say, God damn, look at that guy's hair. I don't want to see him be successful in life. Fuck you for that. So yeah, show some love. Share the stream, share it to cool people, fun people that we want to talk with and have and chop up fun shit with. And so yeah, we just really were sitting here talking because I was planning on slow playing it before I got into the videos that I'm planning on reacting to. But then the conversation was so good, so I had to just keep on rolling with my man Sandor and Wiggy. You know how that goes, Jay. But I'm glad you came in here right on the perfect time, brother. Perfect time. We're vibing. I love it. And Sandor says we were talking about South Park, Trump, and Hogan. Good day, Jay. Shout out to you. We were definitely talking about rest in peace to the man Hogan. And then we were talking about South Park. I don't know if you saw the video with Trump, but they really gave it to him. And just kind of talking about if we feel like that had any kind of political significance, because Wiggy was kind of like, it's just a fucking cartoon show. Stop being fucking weirdos. And I'm thinking it has some kind of like real cultural significance. So I'm curious what your opinion is on that. Sandor, see, that's why I say you got to get money out of politics. They're not donating because they like you. It's because they're going to buy you. Yeah, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. And like, I mean, a lot of what you see as far as like Trump's agenda, I mean, the vast amount of people, like, look at like what Elon Musk did. This is why I think it's kind of a farce to begin with, actually, because look at what Elon Musk did in Minnesota. Completely fucking wrecked the campaign in Minnesota for a fucking judge. Couldn't get a judge elected in Minnesota. Shoving all the money at it, shoving all the fucking money you could imagine at it, could not get a judge elected. So Donald Trump, in reality, he won based off the fact that he has his name is extremely recognizable, the branding. And then as far as like zero trust in the society for government from left or right, like very little trust. So he really capitalized off that. And then you see that he got elected. But because he ended up taking the money from Miriam Adelson, from Elon Musk, you see that he ends up doing their bidding rather than who got him elected was the fucking retards that he has under his fucking spell, thinking that he's a person that gives a single fuck about anybody who, you know, doesn't have 6 or 7 zeros in their bank account. And not just straight zeros. He needs to see a number in front of those goddamn things. Or else get the fuck out of his face and stop wasting his time. See, that's why I say you got to get money. But yeah, so I agree with you on that, though, Sandor. 100%. Money out of politics should be, you know, at the forefront of like as far as like everyday policy and what needs to really be rebuked and pushed back against is that the Citizens United decision that allows, you know, like businesses to donate as much as they want into campaigns. Money in general, it just really needs to be limited. It should be limited from a person-to-person basis. And I understand that, you know, in some way, I know the argument is that, you know, if, money is another tool that somebody uses to convey their free speech. So if they want to donate to a candidate, they should be able to. But at the end of the day, it completely turns our system that we have upside down. And our system that we currently have, it is obviously the weak link is money, and that it's all for capital. So it's like we have to remove that, because it goes hand in hand with when we're talking about changing changing our medical system, where it's like the medical system should not be reliant on profit. A profit motive is it's completely incoherent, and it's antithetical to the service that's being provided. So the same is kind of true with politics, at least from a politician to constituent standpoint. Like money is a necessary evil in order to pay for the things, in order to get elected, and so on and so forth. But similar to like religion, for example, these religion and the amount of money somebody has or whatever, these are things that should be able to be checked at the door when you're talking about representing people, when you're talking about being a representative to a community, how much money that individual has within your community. In my opinion, if we're living in a perfect world, shouldn't afford them any separate benefits or rights compared to, their neighbors in the community. I don't know if the bit about paying Bondi, telling Trump he was on the Epstein list, had come out whenever y'all were talking the other night. If so, I had not seen it at the time. No, I don't know if we did talk about that, but I did see that information. You'll have to let me know how you feel about that, because we were already convinced, brother. So I know you were a little bit on the fence. I think you're really just trying to give the benefit of the doubt. That's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, because I've been saying the whole time, like, it would be really fucking amazing if you weren't convinced at this point. Jay, let's just be honest. Let's look at it. Everybody show some love, like, share, subscribe. I see there's 10 people in here. I don't know if I have 10 likes on the video, but it would really benefit your boy. And as far as like cracking that algorithm's ass and really getting the truth out there. Think about all the important stuff we're talking about tonight. We're talking about Trump. He's taking a wet shit on Trump's South Park is taking a wet shit on Trump's head. We're talking about it. We're talking about it freely. I'm putting my neck on the line for you guys. I could be shipped to Israel to fight on the fucking front lines tomorrow for what I'm saying on this fucking podcast. We're also talking about fucking rest in peace to the Hulkster. Throw a like in there for the fucking Hulkster. Don't hesitate. Do not hesitate. The man fucking put his body on the line for our enjoyment. Pedro Pascal can't keep his hands off people's body. We're gonna talk about that later. Either way, just a little plug there. Because now that I'm sitting here talking to my boys in the comments, it's making me putting a battery on my back. We got to get this community up and popping and very live, because I'm trying to see some arguments in the comment section, to be honest. I want to see some people talk down to some MAGA supporters. Hop in the comments. Sandor, I said to my wife the other day, that mofo went 7 hours today. Yeah, brother. No, for sure. That was a shocker for my wife, for sure. My family didn't fully appreciate it, I'll say, but I had a good time. And the thing is, it just keeps flowing. That's why I had to tell Paul. I think that was the day that Paul was on, and I was like, Paul, if you got a slide, brother, go ahead. But I could sit here and kick it with my guys all night. So we just had a good time. So, there's just sometimes there's not a right time to cut it off. And I had all those fucking videos to watch that I didn't get to. So it's like, but I'm not mad at that either. It's like I said, the conversation in the chat was too good. Jason, I just watched the South Park Trump segment. It's accurate. People are like, hey, what the fuck is going on? At the end of the day, if Trump, Obama, Clinton, Bush are on the list, both bases will. I don't know. You left me on a cliffhanger, but then didn't finish, brother. So you'll have to let me know. I think though, so just to speak from my own perspective on that, I know if you've been on the podcast this whole time, you've heard me say this, but I'm not seeing much cover come for the Clintons from the other side. So I also think that there's a healthy amount of people that are ready to just, throw Trump out with the pedos. But yeah, as far as like cover for the Clintons, I've seen like the cover I've seen for Obama, I think is valid cover, just because people have said, like, they're basically saying, like, don't try to change the subject. So the only kind of cover that I've seen given to Obama is just people saying, like, Trump, do not try to change the subject. We're not stupid. But nobody that's like, that I've seen anyway, that's like, oh, well, come on. Like, if Obama was on the list, then it's probably because, they were going to places that weren't the island or whatever. I haven't seen that kind of level of rationalization. $100 million from Adelson. So yeah, I mean, that's not coming with no strings attached. And I think obviously with the Israel policy, you know, there's a direct line to draw there. I want to say her husband let me look up real quick. I don't want to misquote the man saying some crazy shit. Because let me see here. So reports suggest on the probably Casinus magnet. Okay, so let me see if I can find. Okay, so this is in a 2010 speech to an Israeli group. This is from Sheldon Adelson, her husband who died. Adelson said, "The uniform that I wore in the army, unfortunately, was not an Israeli uniform. It was an American uniform. He also expressed a hope for his son to be a sniper for the IDF." There was some other quote, which, like I said, maybe the specific quote that I was thinking wasn't like verbatim, but I want to say there was some kind of quote where he said, like, "I'm ashamed that I wore the American uniform instead of the," but maybe that's that quote, and it's just kind of went through the process of telephone and got all the way to the point where instead of like, "Oh, I wish I would have wore the IDF uniform," now telephone brought it all the way to, "I fucking hate that I wore the American uniform. I hate the troops." Oh, no. Don't say that. Don't say that, Adelson. That might have what got his ass. Don't talk about the troops in America, bitch. Yeah, the whole system is rotten. No, I agree with that, Wiggy. That's something my papaw said way back in the day to a young country boy. He said, "Son," and I wasn't his son, but he just said that to everybody that was young and a boy. He said, "Son, they're all crooked." I remember I asked him some question about politics, and he just said, "They're all crooked. Who gives a fuck? Fucking just eat good food and fuck whores." That's what he did. That is genuinely what he did. Rest in peace to him. So Jason Sandor, I asked a wealthy donor which candidate he gave to an estate. Okay, Sandor, this is Jay Sandor. I asked a wealthy donor which candidate he gave to an estate election, and this motherfucker said both of them. Oh wow, damn, that's how you hedge your bet. That's interesting. I've heard things like that, but that's definitely, it's out there. Did that guy's last name? Did that guy's last name end with a Bergstein or Witz? By any chance, Jay? You'll have to let us know. Was the big donor a Bergsteinowitz? Alvin says Elon hires smart people, but doesn't mean he's intelligent. Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever alluded that Elon was intelligent, but fuck Elon, he's a fucking asshole too. Predatory business practices, the H-1Bs, fucking over American workers, anything to fucking train up the fucking domestic workforce to be able to do whatever fucking job you need them to do, as if they're not fucking capable. Give me a break. But yeah, as far as that, like, education in this country should be way more affordable and potentially subsidized by the countries that need, the companies that need the workforce. But that's something that, we would shudder to expect. Elon ended apartheid in Africa with his super brain. That's true. He ended it. He made it where everything was okay, and he told him to stop killing those farmers. No, it was a very generic last name. Sometimes they do that, though. Like I said, Daywalker. Exactly. I was about to say 100%. He ran into a fucking Jonah Hill. Yeah, right. You look up the thing is, it's especially dangerous in that situation, Jay, because these motherfuckers don't have Wikipedias that tell their whole story. There's not an early life. It's not an early life tab in real life. Sandor says, "Give the like button a big boot." Yeah, drop the fucking leg drop on the like button for the Hulkster. Jay says it was like Walker or Wilkes, something like that. Oh, okay. Wilkes is involved in fucking, says the ancestor assassinated our fucking president. Yeah, we appreciated it 100%. 100%. Both bases will flip their shit. No, I agree with that. I think that's, but that may be what needs to happen. Like, if this is if in a weird way, the one promise that Trump has given that I felt was particularly persuasive for me, if he actually meant anything he fucking said, is the idea of draining the swamp. Is the idea of like, hey, I know how all these motherfuckers benefit and take advantage from you. You know, that's the whole speech where he's like, you know, hey, I know that they fuck you over or whatever. However the fuck he said it. Like, basically like, oh yeah, I take advantage of loopholes. So do they, that kind of deal. So I think that, yeah, I mean, from that perspective, that was the most persuasive kind of vision that he was willing to offer, the most radical kind of change vision that he was willing to offer. And if in a weird way we end up achieving that by his kind of, you know, trying to shut down the Epstein list conversation and therefore creating the Streisand effect that ultimately creates a environment where they're forced to come forth with the Epstein list, hopefully eventually, but you know, even other things, like, I mean, they just released the MLK stuff. I didn't look into that, but that seems like that'll be really interesting. I did read a short article where it was before he released it, where it said that MLK's family was actually opposed to it. But yeah, I say if both bases flip their shit, and that's just another way of saying people are actually invested and engaged in the things in politics, which directly affects our lives. You know, it's the, like what Wiggy was saying on a couple streams ago when he was talking about bread and circus. You know, when we're all super caught up on, you know, whatever the distractions that they're giving us, they're winning with that. You know, anytime that they allow us to, well, they get us to voluntarily give up our agency or our voice or whatever, that's a huge win for them. That's the biggest win for them, because, you know, if they're forced in a position to where they have to silence people through force or something like that, well, I mean, then that creates martyrs and it creates a whole nother kind of issue. But if they're able just to keep us, you know, fat and happy and distracted, and then in the meanwhile, they're, you know, they're running out the back door with the bag. And I think that's what we have allowed to happen. The generation prior to us definitely allowed it to happen in fucking spades. I mean, they sent off all the American jobs under their watch. I don't know how. I mean, I lived in a city, Indianapolis, where we had a ton of manufacturing plants, and you could still see to this day, like, the parts of the city where those manufacturing plants were, they're ghost towns with you know, just empty, vacant factories and shit. Who the fuck knows what's going on? Some fucking devil worshipping up in those fucking factories now. We used to build fucking American built cars in those bitches, built Ford Tough. Now all of a sudden, what are we doing? Now all of a sudden, we're leaving those things wide open for whatever kind of weird sex magic you want to do. And then Jay says, "Oh man, you've never heard that the Obamas, Clintons, especially Bill, is on the list." I remember hearing that Bill. No, I definitely heard that. I heard the Obama specifically. I haven't heard until recently, but it wouldn't. That's not out of the realm of possibility for me. I think that's extremely likely. I mean, why wouldn't Epstein, if he was an asset for intelligence, why the fuck would he want to blackmail Obama? So I think there's for sure the motives there for Epstein. I'm just saying, like, don't get totally distracted by, you know, Trump waving this shiny object as far as like, oh, Obama's involved in trying to undermine democracy and Russiagate and this and that. That's why I'm trying to highlight that as the difference. I am for that. I'm saying, though, let's definitely make sure that we iron out all this shit with, you know, like the international pedo cult. Let's make sure that's taken care of. I don't want to allow myself to fall for the shell game of like, oh, hey, look at this shit. Like, let's address that too. But the thing that we are most focused on is not making the Redskins great again. It's not getting back to fucking hail the Redskins. It's about, you know, getting back to putting your fat ass in fucking prison, bitch, if you fucking were fucking kids. So, oh man. So yeah, no, but so I did definitely hear about that with the Clintons, by the way. And I think Bill Clinton is guilty as shit. And a matter of fact, I have a video here that I'm going to play later if we get to it, where Breaking Points is actually talking talking about a previous scandal. Well, actually, so the situation related to Lewinsky, where he was obviously having his affair with Monica Lewinsky, and Bibi Netanyahu straight up comes forth and tells Bill Clinton that, hey, we have videotapes of you having phone sex with Monica Lewinsky. We're not going to do anything with them, though. And actually, I think he says that they destroyed them, but essentially blackmails them before the whole scandal's coming forth. Bibi Netanyahu's telling them, like, hey, we got this blackmail of you having, phone sex, but I don't, we got rid of it. We burned it. We burned all of it. Just wanted to let you know I had it, and I definitely don't have it anymore. But also, I need you to do this favor, but I don't have any tapes. Fucking Bibi Netanyahu, man. Real life fucking super villain cunt. Just villain. I don't even want to say super villain. He's not even built like that. Sandor says, doesn't a couple from the tribe basically own the water supply in California? See, I'm not exactly sure, but I wouldn't be surprised on that. It's something they're all on the list. Yeah, we got to
just made the list.
The list of Jericho. Yes, they are probably all on the list. Yeah, I'm with that. So, and by the way, Jay, that's you coming around, just to be clear. That's you coming around, my brother, because remember, I asked you, is it more likely or less likely that Trump isn't on the list? You said, I think he's probably not on the list. And also, I heard some folks talk around the time where they're like, hey, he's not on the list. He's just holding the list so he can keep the blackmail. They're like, he wants to keep the blackmail. Which, I mean, shit, hey, I don't doubt that that's a thing. He's like, yeah, fuck this. I have blackmail on me, but I got blackmail on all these other people. Sandor, they're all on the list. Yeah, he's taking those. He's taking that list whenever he's doing trade negotiations. He's like, so I'm looking at this list here, Canada, and your name's on it. Sandor, I'll even say there's a few rich Kiwis on the list. Yeah, there may. I don't know. The thing is, you guys already got the fucking island right there. Who knows? You guys might have your own Epstein. God forbid you're fucking around with I take that back. Definitely. No, yeah. I was trying to run a little bit of cover, but at the same time, throw you guys on your own fucking island, so we're not the only fucking depraved, sick fucking country with their own fucking pedo island. But no, you guys probably used our island. They seem really popular. Or actually, it's the Virgin Islands island. Andretti, I see you in the comments. Speak on that. And I'll just get ahead of it, and I'll say there's no connection between me, James, and St. James Island. That's got nothing to do with me. Yeah, like Hill. Yeah, 100%, brother. They get creative with it. Fucking Jon Stewart. We talked about Jon Stewart's ass earlier, and I like him. I think he's a good small hat, personally. I think he's one of the good ones. But this dude was actually someone I knew and was 100% not Jewish. We thought Jay might be a part of the tribe. He's starting to sound more and more like he might be a card holder. I don't know. Sandor says, I try to envision a tiny hat on their head 70% of the time. I'm right every time. And then Andretti, shout to you, brother. Good to have you in the chat. He said bingo. I don't know exactly what he was saying bingo too, but I think we might have had a few bingos in this stream here. I think we hit bingo quite a few times. So shout out to you though, brother. I'm glad you hopped in the chat. I did drop it in that group chat earlier so you could see to hop on if you wanted. But I did hop on here kind of late tonight, to be honest. Jay said, yeah, drain the swamp. Are you really about to do it? Because this one move right here is a make or break moment. I mean, if he doesn't, then who's going to? If they aren't, then all faith is lost. I do in a way. So I kind of agree with you as far as like, well, so I agree with you as far as the drain the swamp thing. Definitely, like I said, that was a real persuasive argument because people on each side, I think, look at it and can relate to that kind of depiction of politics. And there's just so little trust and hope in the system that it's going to work as it's intended. So him coming through and really painting that picture, I think, was effective. I just was always very suspicious of him just based off fucking everything to do with him. But I think that, you know, if through all of this kind of fuck shit happening, if he goes down with the ship, that would probably be the best possible outcome for this presidency as we stand. That he ends up, you know, just burning burning as many people as possible with his presidency. But what I was going to say, as far as like what I agree with your point, additionally with the point that you're making, you know, I do question as far as like if we have a Democrat come into office, for example, next, even if it's somebody that I like and I think is a good candidate, I don't know if we have the person currently in politics that I see on the horizon that would be that person from the Democratic Party that would either have the political capital based off of like whether they have their own kind of system of funding and they don't have to be reliant on anybody else. Then also just flat out courage to really stand up against the system and do what will need to be done in order to drain the swamp. You know, I do think it's likely if you get a Democrat in there, even if it's somebody that I think will really fight hard for the values that I would vote for in a Democratic candidate. I think as far as the system overall, you know, there seems to be a very high, I guess, tolerance for just this kind of fuck shit in politics, as long as it's not politically, politically advantageous for you to expose it. A lot of times it seems like they will look the other way on it. I mean, when you look into like the Epstein shit in general and his plea agreement that he got, and the prosecutor himself said that he was told directly not to touch him and basically is above his pay grade. And then you hear about, and then all of his other co-conspirators get immunity, even people that haven't been named yet. Why the fuck would people that were involved and that are not cooperating, why would they get immunity? What is even the real benefit to in Epstein's case with that? I mean, obviously he got a sweetheart deal, so you know he was taken care of regardless. So I guess that's why he's like, okay, I'll look out for everybody else by, you know, agreeing to this plea agreement that ends up sealing this and then protecting these other, you know, people that are powerful people that were involved. But yeah, I mean, what benefit is there to the public who the prosecutor is supposed to be serving for you to agree to a agreement that protects co-conspirators that haven't been prosecuted? Like, that's just leaving predators in our community. In Florida, by the way, you know, like DeSantis. Why the fuck is DeSantis not beating the drum on this shit? And why hasn't he been, really? I saw a post that said you finally have gotten both parties to agree on something. Release the list. Yeah, I agree. That is where we're at. And I mean, you even see, I've seen a lot of great coverage from a lot of good questions as far as like, MAGA people having discussions separately on their podcast amongst themselves. So I do think there is a carve out of people that are willing to not only be skeptical of it, but really stand their ground on their skepticism. Because I've also seen quite a few people have that initial reaction the first few days, like on Twitter. You have like the cat turd fucking guy, Gunther Eagleman. Like, these are just like Twitter Trump people. Both of them, the first day or so, they were really like, what the fuck's going on? Oh my God. You know, they had their whole reaction. But then after that have fallen in line and really fully swallowed the gravy of Donald Trump. I saw, yeah, so that's true. And then Jay says, nobody's surprised about Russiagate. Conservatives already believe that Russiagate was fabricated. And I mean, some of that though is not necessarily so. Russiagate, fabricated, you know, I would say that politically blown out of proportion. I'm gonna have to look into like this new information related to it. But as far as I know, you know, Trump's connection to it, I don't think was really substantiated. But they did find that Russia had intervened in our election. It's just like, was it a deciding factor in our election? Most likely not. Like, I think like some of it was like organizing Black Lives Matter protests, the whole like fucking troll account fucking bot farm that they had going on. That was an interesting thing where there was like some studies done that found like 70% of interactions were with bots on Facebook or something like that. So I think there was some, but I mean, it's just common sense to think like, of course, Russia is going to try to impact our elections, just like, I mean, any other country is going to attempt to have some kind of, effect on our election. You don't have to convince conservatives that was a fabrication, and I agree with that. You just watch Breaking Points for Crystal. Be honest, James. I do. I wouldn't say I just watch it for Crystal, but I do watch it for Crystal. I enjoy her. I enjoy her perspective. I don't always fully agree with it, but she's a commentator on the internet that I feel like when you're getting whatever her position is, I have confidence that that's at least the position that she holds, and she's reasoned with it, and yeah. So I mean, I think that she's a pretty principled commentator as far as they go. But I mean, I enjoy the other people on there. I like the conservative lady Emily on Breaking Points. I like Sagar. Sagar's all right. I almost never agree with Sagar, but he's another one. I like Sagar because I feel like at the very least, I have faith that those are the principles that he holds. And whenever he's considering whatever story they're talking about or whatever kind of information that they're taking on, he's just putting it through his own filter, and I respect that. And I think he will call some shit out if it is flagrant, like this Trump stuff. He was an early conservative to call out have some issues with how the deportations were being executed and things like that. So I think they're good. They're a good faith show, and having both sides on the show is cool. Jay says, yeah, well, and how intertwined is something like Epstein and Diddy? Some of Diddy's shit is incredibly wild. It sounds demonic. I'm with you on that. I think the Diddy shit is disgusting that he got away with that. I think there's no case, in my opinion, to be made. And I had this conversation with Andretti, but I ended up not being correct on it, I suppose, because that's not where that was the final decision. But yeah, I think there's no reasonable argument to be made for what Diddy was participating in, not at the very least being sex trafficking. So if in a federal sex trafficking case where his business, I think, I read some of the lawsuit, and the whole RICO stance, it's like you have to prove that the business is, or whatever you're calling the RICO, but in this case it was his business, is involved with basically executing these crimes. And I think without a fucking doubt, they proved that he used his record label as a way to get women and interest women to procure them in the fucking first place, and then under false pretenses end up leading them into this kind of like fucking weird sex cult life. So yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of heavy lifting being done by just kind of demonizing Cassie in that case, just being like, well, she seemed like she had a good time. How could she be a victim? It's like, bro, the case is way bigger than her, for one. And also, I mean, it's just kind of to be ignorant to not consider any kind of in a relationship, any kind of like power dynamics that may be in play, that may result in somebody feeling like they, want to give somebody an answer that maybe is not coherent with what they're conveying. So, well, I wanted to hear something concrete. Okay, so Jay says, well, I wanted to hear something concrete before I just said yes, and at the time I haven't. People say all kinds of shit to support their narrative. I wanted to hear it first instead of assume. And I respect that, brother, but I gotta say, I'm sure you've seen a lot of the shit now, but at the time, the shit was already out there. So, I mean, the videos of Epstein and Donald Trump, the story, the Epstein saying directly out of his mouth that he was close friends with Trump for several years. I believe he says best friends. Them saying that Trump fucked his wife for the first time on his airplane. We're talking about all the people that were on the flight logs. How about the people that fucked their wife for the first time on his airplane? Is that a long list or is that a short list just with Donald Trump's name on it? So I just feel like, where there's smoke, there's fire. And there was a shit ton of smoke in this scenario. Guys, let me know if I'm getting a thing that's saying my internet connection is dog shit. So let me know if I'm unwatchable at this point. But if we're good, then I'll keep on rocking out. Jay said, I wanted to believe he wasn't, but I'm not going to live in denial about it. Yeah, I respect that. And I think that you taking that information on and being at least open, I'm not saying to say anything necessarily definitive. I mean, I can as confidently about anything and else in my entire life that I could think of. I'm basically that confident on this personally. But if somebody else doesn't share my confidence in this issue, I wouldn't be mad, or I don't think that you're being necessarily dishonest. But just think about this statement that we're saying right here. I wanted to believe. Although I understand wanting to believe that your president isn't a bloodthirsty fucking sex crazed demon. But that sentence alone, and like I said, I empathize with it. But I wanted to believe. That's the problem, brother. You were coming into it and you wanted to believe one thing. You had to just, or I mean, like I said, at the time you said you hadn't really seen the information. But all I'm saying is enough information has been out there to at least connect him to Epstein as much as anybody else on the fucking planet, including Epstein's own fucking parents. So but I do get the wanting to be cautious, and also just like wanting it not to be the case. Like I said, it is a really disgusting point of acceptance that we're at in this country. If we have to look at it and say, hey, the people that run this country, they are possibly complicit in this sex trafficking and pedophilia, and if not outright enabling it, though, turning the other way, looking the other way. So if they're not actually engaged in making it happen, which I think is a possibility, I think it's a possibility that either Epstein was Mossad, or I think there's possible ties to the CIA. And if that was the case, then, like I said, all those people need to go down for that. There should be no state-sponsored pedophilia, not in a civilized country, like absolutely not. And for us to, want to act as if, and I believe this personally, that's why this disappoints me, but for us to act as if we're some like kind of shining example on the hill, but then at the same time, this is the kind of shit that we're, allowing to happen under this, like, think about that, under like some guise of like, this is necessary to protect democracy and liberty and choice, when it's completely contrary to those things. Liberty, choice, like, just, yeah, it's not something that I think that we as Americans can stand by and honestly still look ourselves in the mirror as a country and say that we are a force for good in the world if we're willing to do things like that. And that's more than likely just scratching the surface, and I'm sure we would all agree on that. Like, just to be able to substantiate the existence of this is reason enough to be skeptical about the entire system and what it represents. If something like this could represent, it's like the fucking Ozark story of the fucking Mexican lady that the guy had to shoot in the head. I hate to put it like that, but that's what happened. When the guy said, look, my dad had a fucking old lady. She worked the register for fucking 20 years. He caught her stealing one time. He shot her ass right in the fucking head. Or maybe he fired her. He might have fired her and not shot her in the head. I think definitely somebody got shot in the head in the story, but I think this was more of like a story that he was telling Jason Bateman to really drive home the fact that he was about to shoot a guy in the head. It was an effective story. It was an effective story for sure. Per capita, NZ is one of the biggest players when it comes to CP. Every time there is a massive international bust, NZ is there too. Holy, I did not know that. And I'm sad to hear that. it seems like you guys would have some beautiful women out there. I don't know. I'm racially profiling your female population, but come on. Like if you're in an island in the middle of the Pacific, I'm just imagining that there's fucking baddies out there, brother. So what's going on with the CP situation? You gotta fill us in on that. Jay said, I wish I was. I'd love if my problems weren't money problems. Yeah, I'm with you on that. There's no doubt. Where's your jewelry store located, Jay? Let's try and gem up some extra business. The Epstein list is the swamp. If parties aren't going to, I think Americans are going to lose all faith in the system, hands down. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think things like this, it's kind of like the perfect set of circumstances to bring on some kind of like revolutionary figure. And I don't want to be hyperbolic when I talk about it in this way, but I think for sure when you get to the point to where your society is aiding and fucking abetting pedophiles and, you know, actively telling you, like, I mean, Donald Trump, this shit is just so out in the open where he's telling people they're bad people for caring about it. Like, call people misinformed, call them stupid, you know what I mean? But to say that you're bad people for caring about it, or to say that it's boring, is just so dumb. So yeah, I agree with you. And I think it's just the perfect kind of set of circumstances to usher in some kind of, you know, revolutionary figure. And I think it's possible that we get that. I was very clear. I had a few debates on here with Paul, because Paul is a Democrat, obviously. And he's more of a vote blue, no matter who Democrat. Not like that. So I didn't vote for Kamala. And I've told you guys this before. And we've had, like I said, just several debates on the channel around leading up to when I was kind of considering that decision, and then when I finally made that decision. But that was an intentional vote based off what you're saying right here, as far as like, and what I'm saying as far as like the revolutionary, really. I felt like if we were to put Kamala in the position, it would have been, the system would have continued to roll in the way that it currently was. The status quo would be protected. And then they would do just enough to kind of appease people while also, you know, enabling genocide, for example, was a huge point of contention for me. So for me, I wasn't going to vote for Donald Trump because I thought he would be as bad, if not worse. But I couldn't vote for Kamala for that reason, because of those reasons I just said, and because I had no confidence in the campaign when, you know, we skipped that primary standpoint, and then, you know, the Democrats were really making a full court press on, we want to appeal to conservative voters and try to get the never Trump Republicans. So therefore they tried to like hug close to a moderate position as much as possible. And I just thought that really disrespected the values of liberals, and just standing on the back of what slowly we had been working towards, very slowly, when we're talking about like healthcare, specifically. And I think like having a vision for AI, for example, is something I really would have liked to have seen from whoever was running for American president this past election. And neither of them did that. They only jumped in the pockets of, you know, these huge AI corporations, and you know, were basically promising to give them whatever they wanted, as if they were willing to give them their support and endorsement, when in reality, we're in this country and across the world, we're standing on the edge of a jobs crisis and an employment crisis. So I think it just showed a real lack of understanding as far as like the insecurities that people were going through. So my point being with that, though, is that that's why I placed my vote into a third party, to hopefully signal towards the Democrats and potentially the Republicans, although I feel like the Republicans are at this point just too far gone for the near future. They're going to have to recover from selling their soul to Donald Trump, just based off popularity. I mean, there's nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody, but there's almost nobody in that party, in the Democratic Party, that has a spine at all. They are all boot-licking cucks, both apply, who have completely sold out to just the momentum of MAGA. like completely sold out. And once again, because they have no actual integrity, no actual ideology, I can respect a conservative that actually will stand on their ideology, and I enjoy those conversations. But when you're just a fucking shill that is like, I'm gonna stand close to power and just whatever keeps me elected, you know, like I said, there's no soul, there's no spine in the in the Republican Party, and in the Democratic Party, it's corrupt. And I mean, I feel like they also lack principle and values, and they run away from what is the will of the people. Obviously, Bernie is was probably so. I've been into politics before Trump. Really, I would say what really got me fully invested into politics initially, it would have been the Obama period, and I have family that's into politics and stuff like that, so I had kind of an easy entryway growing up. But Obama was the first thing that really kind of got me inspired and interested, but really what got me activated was the Bernie campaign, and just the idea of that, hey, past lip service, we're going to actually address the inequalities in our country from a economical standpoint. So you guys have obviously heard me talk many times about class. I mean, that's really where my political ideology stems from, is a class consciousness. Is not based off of it's not based off of really social issues, particularly outside of the class issue, which I think bleeds into all these other issues, all these social issues of groups being disenfranchised and things of that nature. I think it all stems from a sort of imbalance in our oh shit, my bad. Yeah, so wealth disparity and things of that nature. I'm gonna get to these comments, guys. I didn't realize I was going in a little bit too much on that comment, Jay. Thank you, though, brother. You're keeping the conversation very interesting. I ended up going in on that comment a little bit too long. I was really musing there. Thank you, brother Jay. Yeah. So Jay says there isn't that type of candidate in the Conservative Party either, if it's not Trump. Yeah, I agree. And I agree. I think Thomas Massey right now is gaining some momentum, but you know, there's a huge one. Trump still has a lot of power in the Republican Party, so he's actively really trying to, you know, smother those flames of opposition as much as possible. Thomas Massey. So there you go. Seems like he's actually for Americans. Yeah, I agree with that, Sandor. So Jay, I don't know how much you know about Thomas Massey, but I think he's getting a lot of momentum. And if conservatives, by you guys, I don't mean to necessarily lump you in, but if conservatives were able to really band behind, and that MAGA movement was able to, you know, evolve into some kind of libertarian-esque movement like what Thomas Massey represents, I mean, that's something that I think in politics I could really respect. And I think Thomas Massey adds a lot to the conversation, and people like him for that reason. If we could get to the point to where we have a liberal party here that leans more into you know, being representative of social values and things like that, and like I said, it's more representative of that. And we also see a conservative party that evolves more into Thomas Massey, individual liberty kind of conservative. I think that would actually be like almost best case scenario for where we're at this point in politics in the country. If the correction from Kamala and Biden, the corporate Democrat, and hopefully the message gets received from the Democrats in general, that's just not going to work anymore, and that's not actually coherent with the vision of the people the party represents, then I think that's best case scenario for the Democrats in America. And then if on the other side we have the push and pull in our democracy of you know, like I said, that libertarian personal liberty, I think those really stand on the principles and values that make our country the best that it can be, you know, because I don't want to get away from, you know, the ideas of individual liberty and things like that. That's one of the main things, criteria that I use when I'm reasoning with any kind of story that I'm reading about anything that happens in the world. Personal liberty and personal rights being violated or upheld is one of the main things that I'm running through in my mind when I'm considering that. So, I want that to be represented in our government. And I can understand how, if you just let kind of liberal values run wild, how that might fall a bit to the wayside. And like I said, that's something personally for me that I hold in high regard. So, but then on the other hand, I think that, in the wealthiest country in the fucking world, you want to be able to say that we do the best to uplift our own domestic population and have opportunities available to them. So they can be the best contributors to that society possible. Thomas, but yeah, so I agree with that, with what you said, Sandor. I'm calling it now. Maxwell is going to talk to Congress, and then she's getting a plane ride back to Israel, put the house on it. Yeah, actually, so I'm glad you mentioned that. So while we're talking about the whole kind of Trump thing, I do wonder if this whole buildup to Ghislaine testifying in front of Congress and all this kind of shit, if that is just all a big lead up to her basically doing a favor for Trump, essentially. And because, think about the power that he holds in that position. She can spend the rest of her life in prison, or Trump can let her out of prison. So is she going to go do the job, as they say in the WWE, rest in peace, the Hulkster? Is she going to go do the job? And she's going to stand up there and say what she needs to say to try to, cast some doubt on the guilt of Trump and, just really anybody on that list. I don't know. Trump he's done a good job as far as like not totally throwing her under the bus, when he was like, oh, I wish her well and all that kind of shit. So I think, Sandor, that's a good guess that you have there. And I think that's possible. Honestly, I would agree with you. I think that probably will happen. I think she'll end up getting out of prison and she's going to go in front of Congress. And Jay says, I agree, Sandor. I wonder if she's really going to say anything meaningful, though. No, I agree. And I think that's what it is. I think she may say something meaningful. Now, is it going to be true? That's a whole nother story. I think she'll say some shit that, will have some purpose behind it, but is it already bought and paid for? And, like I said, they just have a nice little deal planned out? Sandor says, I don't think so, Jay. They want to keep the black male in status quo. They might throw the smallest of bones, but really I think it will amount to sweet FA. I think maybe I'm just being a little bit like Biden, but I don't know what FA means, but I agree with you. Jay says Russia's involvement that I saw was messing with an election in Chicago. They tried to hack some Chicago. Oh yeah, I saw that as well. I did see that as well. So I wonder if who was going to win that election. That is a good question, but I did see that as well, that they supposedly were able to hack into some voting machine, but I don't know if there was any evidence that showed that they did anything. I'm agnostic on this. It's like, if they did something, I wouldn't be surprised. And I think we should, I'm not pro-Russia. I think we should address that. But it also wouldn't be completely out of the realm of possibility where, people were able to get in and they're like, hey, don't do anything now, but we know that we're able to get in. That's a back door for us. And, when we decide that we want to wreak havoc, then we will. Either way, it's an issue, though. Either way, it's totally an issue. So Sandor says, that new video that dropped where Epstein pleads the fifth, your internet connection seems fine. Thank you for that. I got to that kind of late, but now it's not showing me that anymore. But yeah, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I should have tried to fast forward to down the comments to see your guys' feedback there. I just kept reading comments as usual. Jay says, no, I don't want to believe the U.S. president or presidents are pedos, even the ones I don't like. This is the kind of stuff that leads to violence on a scale our world has never seen. No, I don't want that. Yeah, I understand that. But this is the thing. This is the alternative, is that you willfully ignore that or just turn your head to the side and turn a blind eye, just because it's inconvenient. And I'm not saying that you're necessarily doing that still to this point, but if you're reading the story or you're taking in the news and you're taking it through this kind of like bias where it's like, I don't want this to be the case. And like I said, I get that being the general thought. Like, of course I don't either. Like if you think that I take pleasure from this, I don't. I wish the Epstein whole conspiracy in general never happened. I wish adults would just fuck adults like normal people. but at the same time, I'm of the mind, and I know we've talked about it previously with Wiggy and stuff, where I'm of the mind that if a US president or presidents or whoever, if they are doing that, I personally can't honestly think of a price that would be too much to pay to bring those people to justice on that and not to turn a blind eye on that. Because one, that's just something that you, like I said, not only can we not live with it on our soul happening in the past, but we can't enable it to a point to where we open the door to this ever happening in the future ever. So, this just has to be a off limits way of doing business, or even in intelligence. Intelligence doesn't get the pass to be fucking pedos. We moved to a new city a while. This is Sandor. We moved to a new city a while ago. My neighbor was on a home monitor bracelet for CP. My best friend at the time turned out to be Epsteining his own kids. Damn. Oh, so shit, you fucking have some experience with dealing with the shit, kind of like on a personal level. I couldn't even imagine that, bro. But like I've talked to some people, like I've talked to some of the Trump supporters, to be completely honest, where they've explained away the old videos of Trump with Epstein, and they're like, well, when you're not with your friends 24 hours a day and this and that. So, I feel that. And I can see how that could happen. You're not with them when they're at home and all that. But it's just, I don't know. At the same time, it's hard to believe, but I'm not completely ignorant. I know that it's just, like I'm sure you can relate to that with just going through that on your own, where it's like, how the fuck can I sit there and, have a completely normal conversation with somebody about whatever the things that we love, music or sports or whatever we might talk about. And then seem like a completely well-adjusted human being, and then they're doing something like that, on their own time. It's like, just wow. Kamala would have done whatever Wall Street and Israel told her to do. No, I agree with that, and that's why, like I said, when I had those debates previously with Paul on here, and then just had the conversations in general on other podcasts and stuff. That's why I couldn't place that vote. That vote was going to enable us to either have Kamala run in the next 4 years, which probably would have been the thing. So you would, that's the thing. When I did like when I started to rationalize this, like if a vote for Kamala, if she is to win, then she wins this time, and we get another corporate Democrat who's going to fucking sell people out to Wall Street. And then we're probably going to get her again, or some Republican will get voted out. But let's just say, hypothetically, let's say she does better than Trump's doing, and then she gets voted in again. And then she can't run again. And then so now we're 8 years, almost a decade further into the future. And we're talking about what progress will we have made as Democrats at that point? Because at that point, if they've had the same success through with Kamala, we're more than likely, we're going to be empowering them to go ahead and choose another corporate Democrat again. So now we're looking at fucking 12 years. Well, we're starting to look at fucking 16 years of this, like this kind of incremental kind of change. It's just at a certain point, this is not something that you can continue to accept. I can't and I won't accept it. I won't vote Democrat again if they try to pull the same shit. They need to have open primaries and something like that. I have faith in the primary process, to be honest, because you put people in the position to really try to get the vote of the people that stand on that side of the aisle. It really pushes people's, if you're talking about Democrats, in Democrats' case, it really pushes people's to really flesh out their liberal perspective and their liberal ideologies and what they're going to stand on in their nationwide campaign in the main election. And same thing for conservatives. You know, if you don't have conservatives running against conservatives for a primary, then they have to sit there and try to convince fucking liberals, disaffected liberals, why they should vote for them and why, you know, they're not going to touch Roe versus Wade or something. You know, they have to do that tap dance for the other way. So, but yes, I don't think I read that actually. I don't want that world for my kids or for us as Americans. So yes, I didn't want to believe that a list can lead to millions of deaths because the people on it have enough power and control to. Millions of deaths. Explain to me what you're referring to as millions of deaths. But I'm with you. I'm not trying to like nitpick your point. I agree with it, and that is kind of the, you know, sad part. And once again, where the whole class consciousness kind of, or class warrior mindset comes in, because, you know, people having that level of power based off of just the amount of money that they have in their bank account, which, by the way, correlates in a lot of ways to whose cock you got shot out of. So when I don't mean to be so vulgar, but it's like it's nepotism and things like that. So it ends up being this weird kind of class system of, you know, basically like royal families and shit that just keep their wealth within the family and pass it down. And then if the wealth equals influence, then you have these small groups of people that maintain this kind of you know, out of balance influence over our political system, which the whole point of the political system is supposed to be some kind of like moderating force, in my opinion, you know, because that's the tenets behind like libertarianism, which was really my first foray into politics, was, you know, more of a libertarian mindset, as, you know, most fucking, you know, angsty fucking teenagers do. But the whole idea for that is like leave business and all this to be done directly between people to people. Trust adults to be able to handle adult business in an ethical way. There's no reason for unnecessary government. But, you know, where I think that falls apart is obviously we know things like this, where, you know, the wealth disparity grows too large and you end up having where everything is determined based off the will of a small minority of people that hold a vast majority of the actual resources. So I'm with you. That's definitely one of the saddest, most kind of sobering aspects to it. Jay said, damn. Well, Sandor, damn. Yeah, no, Sandor, that's a crazy ass situation that you filled us in on. New Zealand, man, they're crazy as hell over there, brother. But the thing is, I'm sure the same kind of shit's like, I have been fortunate enough not to necessarily have that issue with anybody that like I'm friends with, but honestly, I'm not a huge friend guy, to be honest with you. Like, so that's one thing. So I don't have a huge group of friends, and like the people that I do associate with that I would consider are friends, you know, I wouldn't necessarily consider like that. So it's like in that way, I've been, I guess, fortunate. Nah, go in hard, talking some real shit. You'll get the comments eventually. Oh, I appreciate that, brother. No, I definitely appreciate that. But I love you guys add a lot of feedback, so I hate to get to the comments after where it's like I'm not really understanding exactly what you're getting at, you know. Let's see here. And then, well, it wasn't that. I had heard from a source that that he was on the list, other than some very obvious sources that are going to say so. Once I heard it from Pam Bondi, it's like, okay, he is, but let me be clear. Sandor says, I started piecing it together. I confronted him. Oh shit, you confronted him yourself. That sounds crazy. Ended up losing my job. We worked together. A couple years later, he was busted. I had no actual proof. Oh my God. Damn, that's crazy. So Sandor, that's fucking nuts, bro. I'd love to hear more about that story, but I understand that's a bit of a private story. But But yeah, I would love to hear more about that. That sounds like a crazy ass situation. I can't imagine. Your mind must have been racing having to like address that. I don't know how long you guys were friends, but I'm thinking about like that position. If I was in that position and I had like come to the point to where I was like, okay, more than likely this person that I'm friends with is involved in that. It's like, phew, that's tough. And you gotta have balls of steel. If we're talking about balls of steel, Sandor, you gotta have balls of steel to bring that hunch to your buddy. But respect it. I gotta respect that. Jay says, wow, bro, that's wild, Sandor. 100% I agree. Bro was the craziest shit. Yeah, I bet. Like, there's so much about that conversation I would love to hear about as far as like the detail, because that just sounds like such a surreal kind of issue to be confronted with. Jay says, if 50% of American officials are on the list or tied to people on the list, what if it's that you can't get elected unless you do the shit they've done? Like it's initiation into our system. Then people. So I keep on getting these dots, and I don't know. Usually if I do that, it's like I'm about to say some more shit. So I'm just wondering, Jay, if there's more to that. And either I'm not getting it, it's getting caught up in like some filter of pedophile protection in the comments. Sick. Like I stand by what I said on the last pod, by the way. Why the fuck censor that kind of conversation? Like, it's obviously let that shit go. But yeah, so I hear you. So it's obviously that would be insane if 50% of officials were on the list. But when you say or tied to people on the list, I mean, that might be possible because there's probably a higher concentration of people on the list that are also associated with like government and things like that. So you're probably getting like a sample size kind of on steroids when you think about it, as far as like if you're polling, that's like where they want to be at. You know what I'm saying? Is in DC or to be associating with politicians and things like that. So, you might be onto something there. I don't think that it's a situation where you have to be elected, but I do think that it's like kind of the path of least resistance. There is a lot of, let's just say like AIPAC, for example. So obviously the conspiracy is that Epstein was associated with AIPAC. So if you have this kind of touch point through AIPAC and you're being invited to these kind of like donor events and things like that, if there is any connection between Epstein or, agents of Mossad, that seems like the exact kind of networking event they would sprinkle those people into. Sprinkle a Gal Gadot into my fucking fundraiser. Oh my God, you'll have me in fucking 20 minutes on camera doing some fucking unholy shit to Gal Gadot. Just saying, whatever the fuck she asks. Nose in the asshole on camera. I don't give a fuck. So, Natalie Portman. Put me in a fucking room with Princess Amidala. I'll give her any fucking goddamn information she needs on this country. I don't give a damn. Send my ass to fucking Coruscant. Let me live my life happy. So, but the thing is but if you send me Natalie Portman from The Professional, I'm going to turn that away and I'm going to say, where's your fucking mom, little girl? So, these motherfuckers that are falling for the honeypot, and the honeypot is a fucking prepubescent teenager. I got no love for them, and they need to get the fuck. They need to get the fuck out of politics and into the cell, get into the prison. And that point, I don't mind filling the prisons. How about we put less fucking people selling weed in prison, and let's put more of these fucking pedo pee-pee touchers. That's just my personal opinion on the matter. Sandor says we have really crap sentencing. He got 4.5 years. Honestly, we have crap sentencing as well for that, which speaks again to how I guess we could say pervasive in our society, because it's like it's everywhere and it seems to be actually informing a lot of ways that things are handled in our society as far as like these pedo cults. So at first, for my whole life, they've always been like, why the fuck does a crack dealer get more time in prison than a rapist. And for a long time, I was always like, and I mean, whenever you'd have these conversations with other Americans, it would be kind of like surface level, like, wow, yeah, that is really fucked up. Maybe you'd have some conversations around like race, and maybe like there's some kind of like racial context to it. But now we're getting to the point, I think, as a society where we're having this awakening around this shit, where we're like, oh, maybe it doesn't have anything to do with, the race issue or, some kind of like racial profiling. And maybe it just has to do, that's irrelevant at all. Of course, they probably do want to throw those people into prison and all that kind of shit. But in reality, they're just protecting the fucking pedos. It has nothing to do with, the sentencing or the longer sentencing and unfair sentencing they're giving those other people. It just has to do with, like, point blank period, they're just protecting the fucking rapist pedos. But I mean, and I think now it's very obvious why. He got a reduced sentence for, get this, first time offender. Yeah, no, like some things, first time offender doesn't count. Once again, we go back to the Ozarks allegory that the man told about the lady stealing money out the register and how his dad had to shoot her in the fucking face at the Mexican grocery store. Jay says their own army. Okay, I see. So are the ... is it Jews? Dude, does ... when you say ... does it mean Jews, Jay? Their own army. Are because I run out. Oh, okay, never mind. You're explaining that. See, I filled that in like Mad Libs with Jew. When you put okay, their own army. The ... are because I run out of comment space. Like, it won't let me type anymore. There's a character limit. Oh, I didn't even know that, brother, to be honest with you. But then when you put the ... and you run out of character, you run out of space. I'm not always seeing the follow-up is all I'm saying to that, brother. But I feel you. And thank you for explaining that. Sandor said LMFAO. We're definitely vibing in here tonight, brother. Look at the French Revolution. Oh, Jay, I was reading about that. Well, so not actually the French Revolution, but I was reading about this guy in Africa that named Thomas Sankara, I think. Let me look this up again. Just because this guy's story was so fucking wild. Yeah, Sankara. So yeah, he was a revolutionary in Africa, and the motherfucker was literally ousted by his own party after he basically kicked the French out. He started saying like, "Hey, let's make some shit fair around here. Maybe anybody think about maybe making shit a little bit fair?" And he ended up having his member of his own revolutionary group fucking kill him, oust him, coup d'etat, take over the government. It's just all these little, the reason I bring that up is just because you have these little like sparks of revolution and how quickly they get snuffed out by like these, the very people that you're fighting for, like in his case. That's something I'd love to do a deep dive after. I need to educate myself on his struggle, but anybody that maybe is aware, if you're aware in the comments, Sandor and Wiggy and Jay, you guys are really educated brothers, as well as Andretti. I see you there as well, hopping back in the comments. You guys might already have some insight to share, but yeah, Thomas Sankara, I want to say, check him out, read a little bit about his life. I think just really interesting kind of struggle that he was dealing with in his life, but it had to do with the French occupation in Africa, so that's why I bring it up. It wasn't completely random. Jay says, look at the French Revolution. It was off with everyone's head. Even if it's 30% of officials, there's a huge void if they vacate office, and you still have to remove them. It leads to insane violence. So, I mean, listen, brother, I feel you, Jay, but it's like, you just can't have the pedophiles running the government anymore. You can't have the government fucking for pedophiles by pedophiles. Fuck all that shit. So I do get the sort of growing pains. And with the French Revolution, by the way, a lot of what led up to that was people being fed up with the debauchery of the elites of their society, and the same kind of shit here. Like, think about the disgusting levels of like opulence and the disregard for human humanity and seeing humans as equal to you just because you're a millionaire, billionaire, to where you'll have an island for fucking underage sex parties. You know what I mean? Like, think about the level of opulence. There's a fucking island that you have, a resort to fuck kids. So think about the opulence that represents. And then think about the pure debauchery and kind of like just complete, I don't know, perversion of, I mean, it's not ethics. It's not none of those. It's not a perversion of that because it doesn't even fit that. It's a perversion of just human existence. I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't even know exactly where to land on that. It's like, so it's just so out of the realm of, like things like, look, the Bay of Pigs, JFK. Could JFK look at the Bay of Pigs and say, hey, that was really fucked up. You need to never do that shit again. You never do that shit again to the American people. Bad CIA. Is that, like, was it really, really fucking bad? Yes. Was it an epic fucking Call of Duty level? Also, yes. Was it worth it because of that? Maybe, possibly, yes. But yeah, Bay of Pigs, for example, fucked up. There's a huge body of water in between the Bay of Pigs and then creating a fucking island to fuck kids on. We can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. That's where we got to put our foot down. Can't allow it. And I know we're on the same page on that, but I know you're just like speaking to the, like, pragmatically to like, hey, this is going to cause a lot of strife and it's going to be crazy. But you know what? Fucking guess what? France is still there. They made it through. France is still there and they're all right. Some people think France is kind of fucking cool, actually. So it is what it is. We got to get through it. Getting dark. No, it's scary hours, Andretti. That's exactly right. It is getting dark. They made it dark. They made it dark when they started involving the children. Fuck them for that. But I'm with you, brother. And by the way, you're welcome to come on if you'd like. The invitation still stands. I know it's late, but if you're just up and you're vibing, the invitation still definitely stands, my brother. Sandor says there are a lot of attractive members of the tribe. God damn it. Oh, there's some beautiful, beautiful women. That's what I'm saying. Fuck around and I might. Baby, if you're watching this. And also my woman, she's part Lebanese, so I already had a baby with the enemy. You know what I mean? I already had a baby with the other side, so it's time for me to slide on over to God's chosen people. Have a nice little nightcap with a Natalie Portman, and we could create a beautiful little Jewish child with a beautiful Jewish mother, therefore technically making them a Jew. And then I'm going to have to accept them. That's going to be the way. That's how they convert you. They send over a fucking beautiful Gal Gadot. You send Wonder Woman my way. God damn it. I'm a crumble before the feet. Fucking wrap me up with that lasso. Make me tell the truth. I love you. I love you and I find you attractive. Here are the missile codes. Here's where we're keeping the nukes. Gal Gadot. Oh, wow, man. 4.5 years. Crappy sentencing. Why would sentencing someone like that be that light unless a large percentage of the government is tied to such? Yeah, they're like, shit, we got to let some of these fucking pores get away with it so we can have our fun. And fears themselves being caught. Yeah, the narrative fits. Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother. I mean, hey, I'm not going to argue it. Yeah, we were shocked at the sentence. Yeah, I mean, shit. So did you say that he was out earlier when you said that he got such a crazy sentencing? So that's crazy. You got this fucking pederast walking around the street. And then also, not to get too specific, Sandor, it's all good. Anything you don't want to share, brother, I'm not going to take any offense to it, but I do have to ask, were they his own kids? Was this an incest fucking pederast? Because that's just also like, there's levels. So the debauchery never ends. So yeah, that's fucking wild though, Sandor. Thank you for sharing. Jay says, it put a comment under review. these people control militaries. Bro, I don't know what the fuck is up with that comment under review thing. And I wish I could see it from here genuinely. And if there's a way for me to, if anybody knows of any way for me to review comments in StreamYard, like I said, I'll let it all fly all day long. We can use the J word as much as we want, as far as I'm concerned. Fuck all that bullshit. I don't know if you guys saw the video of Netanyahu on the, I didn't get to play it, but him on the Nelk Boys. And he's like, they regulate podcast. You should be able to say whatever you want on the podcast. They regulate the podcast. Like, yeah, you fucking asshole. You guys do. You're the ones fucking regulating it from Israel. Like, what the fuck? You guys send our government notes on what to, you bastard. He was literally smiling while he's saying it. Sandor says, yeah, revolutions lead to a purge. Then somebody fills the vacuum. And we always end up where we were. Human beings are as predictable as we are corrupt. Yeah, that's we're getting real fucking sad and blackpilled in the comments, but you may be onto something there. I see, but I'm a relentless optimist in this way, where I say, you know, you never gotta stop trying. And it is a matter of like, I'm not necessarily saying that, you know, the people that are going to step into those roles are people that are as empathetic or understanding of the the normal person's plight as you or I. But, you know, I think those are when you get, you know, transcendent leaders and once again, why I don't remember who it was now, but Sandor, when we were, I think it was the first time you were on, but when we were arguing with whoever it was about, like, you know, basically like, are you a part of the political class? How dare you have an opinion on the things that are fucking directly affecting your life? You know, I think, yeah, that's when you end up having these transcendent leaders where you have people that do come from some kind of background where they actually have real lived experiences, have not been basically curated into the position that they're in, and have had to actually, you know, develop some kind of genuine empathy and leadership skills based off of, you know, not some kind of like anointed authority that was given to them. So, and my point with saying that is, and I had this debate recently, I think it was with Cody on the channel, but where there ends up being, I think, for this long period of time where we treat ourselves as outsiders in the way where it's like, you know, it's our generation now that, and older and younger, but my point with that is like, you can't sit on the sidelines and just think that there's like this group of people or political class that, you know, that we can just trust the country to. It is up to the people of this generation, the people who are coming of age, you know, to step in and, you know, be the change you want to see, to sound kind of corny, but there is some truth to that, you know, the corruption thing is still, you know, an ongoing fight and something that people, I mean, I think everybody has to fight an internal battle there, but generally I think, you know, you just have to, yeah, the right people have to get involved. And I guess that's always a battle that you're set up to lose because it's an indefinite one. So it's kind of like, you know, the ball's kind of rolling downhill until it's not. And, but I still have hope there is basically what I'm saying. I do still have hope. And I think that, you know, I think a huge thing here, by the way, is we're seeing a generation of people that are going to have a different view on Israel at the very least. If some of these other conflicts we have a more difficult time with going forward, you know, I would believe you on that. But with Israel, I think, you know, the people that we're going to have in government primarily in the next 15 years, it's going to be increasingly, I think, people that have a anti-Zionist sentiment, if not anti-Israel sentiment, at the very least, this kind of like, not this kind of like Zionist entitlement. So I think fair point though, Sandor. Fair point, but just slightly disagree as far as like just not as I guess black-pilled on that topic as you are. Jay says, once again, it can't be ignored. I'm not supporting ignoring it. Those involved have to be handled. I feel like we think I'm okay with turning a blind eye here. I don't. No, I'm not saying that you're okay with it. I'm just saying like let me see here. I'll have to find your comment so I can properly address it. I think maybe this was your last comment on this matter. So no, I'm not taking your comment here as if like you're like, fuck yeah, these people are involved in it. Either that's great or we just have to let it happen. I think it's just, you know, you're like, I think I said this at the time. I think you are being a pragmatist to a certain degree, and you're looking at it and being like, hey, there's going to be some real struggle that's going to come from this. But I'm just saying, like, emphatically that whatever struggle comes from it is something we have to be willing to accept because, you know, I mean, maybe it wouldn't be classified as like a struggle, but whatever kind of effects that we're going to have down the line from, you know, just enabling this or not outright exercising it from our government, I think is no matter which way you look at it, that is greater of a cost than whatever kind of short-term violence may have to take place. I mean, I'm not even fully convinced that that would have to take place, to be completely honest with you, in this instance. But I do understand how that's a possibility. And I mean, it's a cost, you know, I believe, honestly, that I'm willing to pay, if I'm being completely honest with you there. So, but I would love to hear you kind of say that more. Okay, cool. I don't want to be misunderstood here. Jay's not cool with sweeping this under the rug. No. I'm not thinking that. Like I said, I'm just engaging with your point as best as I can. But when you're saying it in the comments, sometimes I may slightly mischaracterize it just because that's just kind of how reading things from text is. So, you know, forgive me for that if I'm misunderstanding you. I'll always get back to it and read your comment to clarify. Macron is going to recognize the state of Palestine. His stock went up in my book. Yeah, that guy that I was telling you guys about, by the way, the Thomas Sankara, that was one of the big things that Macron did that I guess that was actually really controversial, was he, similar to like the fucking Epstein files or making it public, the files on MLK, he did that with this guy. The French government had covered up, you know, all of the information relating to this Thomas Sankara guy. And during, you know, this more recent revolution, they had demanded that those be released, the people of Africa. So it's interesting. But yeah, I totally agree. I don't give a fuck if his wife is a man or not. I say good for him. Jay says, I was laying down, then we started talking about social repercussions and I got back up, but I'm laying down again. Hey brother, yeah, get yourself some rest. It is late. But I'm glad that we got you a little hyped up. At you're in Georgia, so you're on the same time as me. It's past 2 a.m. So that's a good thing. He's out now. Oh fuck. Fucking freak is on the loose. Lock your doors. Please don't tell me this dude still has his kids. True, yeah. What's going on with that? And also, like I said, I'm kind of curious. Was these kids his own kids? There's just something even fucking sicker and perverse about that. But obviously, either way, it's fucking disgusting. But just to, obviously to think about the trust that kids in general give you, but the trust that your own children have for their parents, it's like to violate that is so fucking just demonic. It's just unspeakable shit. And that's what I'm saying. Get them out of government. Get these motherfuckers out of government right now. I don't give a damn. I don't give a goddamn. Sandor says, shacked up with some bird that has, oh god damn. My wife called his probation officer. Yes, his own kids. Oh my god. Fucking golly. That's crazy. And he's with a woman that has kids. That's what predators do. You know, that's the sick part. You hear about that often. They'll end up fucking talking to some lady that has kids. How do you even convince a woman to allow you to be around her or her kids? Or fuck her after you've been fucking... Oh. Sandor says, no, he's in a different city. The kids are not under their care. Thank God. Hopefully they're able to recover for that. Best wishes to them, for real. I must be flagged. All mine get flagged for review. You're probably saying some crazy shit, brother. But yeah, I don't know. I may be able to see that on like YouTube. Like I said, when I went live through YouTube that day directly, it's just I can't play any videos on YouTube. But when I sit in here and I end up chopping it up with Sandor and Jay and Wiggy and shit, I end up fucking not playing the videos anyways because we end up just fucking vibing. But so yeah, that's the reason I don't do YouTube is because on this streaming platform I can actually play videos and interact in that way. But unfortunately, this doesn't give me an option to monitor the chat. It'll let me ban you guys, but it'll let me put you in timeout, but it won't let me see the shit that you guys say that gets caught up in the censors. But like I said, if it was me, trust me, I'd let that shit go. Trust me on that. Everything goes. Jay said, yeah, sometimes it cuts a comment right in the middle of my argument and the first and third are red, so that it confuses you sometimes. Yeah, I get that vibe. And I don't know. I'm thinking about using this platform called Restream because I stopped paying for StreamYard. So I was thinking about using Restream, but Restream has a limit on how long the videos can be. So sometimes I like to react to, like long Pierce Morgan videos, or I'll react to a long ass fucking PBD video or some shit. And Restream won't let you upload videos that are like more than a couple minutes, at least without paying for their software. So that's why StreamYard gets me coming back for more, even though they fuck with you plenty. They fuck with you plenty. I mean, I think I forgot to change the description on this video. So if anybody wants a like $5 off membership for StreamYard, I think that's in the fucking description right now instead of an actual description. Sandor says people that deny their own agency because that person isn't an oligarch, they don't know how to run the country, infuriates me. No, it's same. Absolutely the same. I think a lot of that is just experience. That's been a lot of it for me. I've gained experience and confidence in my life just as I've risen up, whether it be corporate ladders or whatever it may end up being. People do end up putting themselves in a box. And, I could definitely say, especially, people that have lack of exposure for that reason and lack of confidence. So they want to kind of, just trust that, smarter people have it under control. But what I'm saying is when you end up rising up these like corporate ladders and whatever, you end up finding out that those people don't have all the answers. They're not any smarter. They're actually dumbasses, to be completely honest. They're actually dumbasses. And more times than not, it's like, hey, their dad got them the job. And Alvin says, are we live? Yes, sir. We are live. I've responded to a few of your comments. I don't know if you've caught them, if you're bouncing in and out or not, but I appreciate you tuning in, brother. And we are live every Tuesday live. I'm trying to do every Thursday as well. I'm just trying to see what works for my schedule, my family schedule. I'm just a normal guy. I got all the other regular shit I got to do, but then, I still find time to hop in here and we are live and coming to you in stereo, Alvin. Yep, that's us. We're hanging out with Sandor and Dreddy. Thank you guys for hopping on here late, man. It makes me not know when I need to turn it off and head to bed. No matter how upset my woman is, it's just not that important to me right now. Andretti says, what if I put millions out of work? I don't know what you mean. What if I put millions out of work? I'm assuming you probably put what if it puts millions out of work or something like that, and maybe you're referring to like snatching people up for the Epstein shit. I would say, like I said, any cost is not too great in my opinion. I would say that if you have a situation where CEOs end up getting scooped up, or COOs, people that are high ranking people in these jobs, one, I don't know that would immediately make these businesses crumble. So, I mean, in my universe, I think you could just get a new executive leader. Or, I guess if people own the business, there's going to be some kind of, it's going to be a little sticky there. But I think one thing we have to consider is like, all of these things are probably not going to happen at once. So you're going to have a rolling list of people that you are bringing in and holding accountable and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's all going to be happening at once. And then also, like I said, it's just, if it ends up closing some businesses down, then, in our free market's going to have to work like it's supposed to work. And, we need to have people that either create businesses that will employ those people, or other businesses that held less of the market share are going to have to rise to service those people that now became their customers or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I think it is what it is. I think there's no doubt. I mean, it's a valid question, because I mean, and what Jay was saying is valid, because I do think that there's going to be some kind of like transitional pain that comes from that. But and even if we're going so far as like Jay's kind of drawing the comparison to like the French Revolution, I personally think that we're ready for something like that. If we've degraded to the point as a society to where our president is actively covering up pedo cults, like, yeah, how would it put millions out of work? Andretti, what happens when a CEO gets deleted, a new one steps in? So yeah, I mean, I'm sure like Andretti's point is speaking more to just like across these industries and maybe several people. But I mean, I agree with you, Sandor. I think like if we're looking at it from like a one-to-one perspective, I mean, United Healthcare, for example, their fucking CEO got shot in the fucking back right outside a meeting, and they were able to replace his ass. They damn near were already on the way to replacing him with AI. So yeah, obviously AI is about to be our CEO. Who gives a fuck? At least most likely AI is not going to touch kids. It's a product of our failed administration. Yeah, I think that's fair. I definitely think that's fair as far as like, I don't know if you mean administration from as far as the Trump administration, which I would fully agree with you on that. I think it's even deeper than that, to be honest. And I think that's part of why Jay and Andretti kind of where they're, I don't want to say paranoia because I think it's well-founded, but yeah, I think that's where their concern comes from, is it's not limited to people associated with Trump or this administration. I do think that it's something that is deeper in the bones of our government, in our political system. But the thing is, you got to cut that shit out. You got to cut it out regardless, if it's going to be, if there's going to be some growing pains and some transitional pains. Jay says he's probably with her because he never told his old lady the truth. That's definitely possible. That's talking about Sandor's buddy. Broken people tend to find each other. Also another fair point there. You are right. The fallout is worth it. It just might lead to Armageddon. Good thing I believe I go to a good place after this life is done. If a CEO is on the list, sell stock immediately. That's fair. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And yeah, so I think fallout, and I think that it's totally fair to be concerned about what comes next and what life looks like after all of a sudden we get the pedophiles out of fucking government. But I think that's all in all, I think that's going to be a net positive in the long run. And I think there's a lot of different reforms that we can make to politics to really entice a higher level of person to enter that arena. I think we really need to encourage people who are not a part of this kind of political class to get involved in politics. I think you'll have many more people that are not solely political brained and politically ambitious, and people that are more looking at it for what it is truly the essence of it, which is public service. So people who are in service to their community, those are people that we want to encourage moving into those positions, not these like stone cold careerists who want to do whatever they and want to snuggle up with whoever gets them closest to whatever their kind of like career aspirations are. Trey says, I think it's all of them. I don't think it's all of them, brother. I'll be honest. I don't think it's all of them. And I don't think it's all of them on either side. I think, for example, even the Republicans, I think there's a huge group of Republicans that are protecting this pedo cult, and they're trying to shoot down the vote, and they're doing all this kind of shit. I don't think that it's because they're trying to protect their own names. I think it's because they're intimidated by Trump. And I think that, like I said, they're in service to trying to get elected again. So these people see going against Trump as something that is just deeply unpopular with Republicans, for example. One thing I will say, it's easy for Democratic politicians well, easier because I mean they have a lot of people that they're associated with on that list. But if you're a Democrat and you go against Bill Clinton, for example, that's not gonna like put some kind of like scarlet letter on you where no other Democrats can associate with you, and that Bill Clinton's gonna make sure if Bill Clinton can even. He looks like he's had his fucking life source sucked out of his body by fucking succubus whores, which is probably what happened. But basically, you could speak out against Clinton. You could speak out against, you know, I guess Obama maybe would be a little, you just don't really see people do that often, but every once in a while you do. My point being is that you could be critical of those people in the Democratic Party. So I don't think that it's all of them, and I don't think it's all of them even on the Republican Party. I think a lot of those people are just literally protecting Trump and just, you know, afraid that he'll burn their political careers if they come out and they speak honestly about it. And Alvin says, build here. Trump says, but 10 people working in an automotive plant. Yeah, I mean, shit is going to be the Tesla robots that do the rest of the work if Elon will still let us get a few of those. If they're not all being purposed for the fucking Tesla diner at this point. Which isn't that just a sign of fucking dystopian future? Once again, that's the kind of shit that we're seeing rolled out with very minimal conversation from our leaders, our government leaders, as far as like how we're going to actually face that head on. We're talking about bringing jobs back here and this and that. What the fuck are we going to do? To Alvin's point here, what are we going to do to when, okay, manufacturing came back, but the manufacturing didn't come back with any jobs, or it came back with, you know, a fraction of the jobs that, you know, used to be needed for that field. And then in every other field, apply this to it as well. So, LMA a net positive. It should be, right? I think, honestly, like I said, I think either way, I don't know that I'm prideful of being an American. I love being an American. There's a lot of things that I'm extremely proud of this country up for. And but I will say that I don't think that the country necessarily has to exist in its current form if it can't exist without having state-sponsored pedophilia. I think, you know, if this form of country and government can't stand, in any country or government that can't stand without being elevated by their elite pedo class, then it's like that's a fucked up system. That is a super fucked up system. Jay said, I definitely think it will be in everything from Hollywood to government to the super wealthy, which is also why I don't think the list will ever be released. It's not going to be released, y'all. I really don't think so. I mean, I'm really skeptical for a lot of reasons. I mean, I think that there's even a possibility we get, like, they're talking about a fake list right now. Well, they're like, oh, the Democrats left us a list, but it's fake. The list was written from Obama. So it's like, I halfway think now that they've said that in the open, that they might actually just go ahead and create a fake list. So, I mean, I think they might release something, but there's a possibility, in my opinion, it's going to be bullshit. And let's see. So Sandor says, all this talk of it causing Armageddon come from Trump influencers filled with cope. Yeah, Jay, so go ahead and respond to that if you haven't already, just because I'm intrigued by that. Could you see a situation where Trump supporters, or just people who are kind of like blind loyalists to the Republican Party, who get their fucking bread buttered by that side of the political aisle, do you see any motivation for them to kind of like stoke this kind of fear of, we can't release the list, guys, like imagine like society will collapse, you know, this or that, whatever kind of fear mongering is going on? Do you think automatically there must be some truth to that, or do you think there's possibility that they're just using that as kind of a tool to, you know, get us to accept the possibility of, I mean, like I said, I really don't know what angle they can approach it at to where people are going to let it go. Like, I think the dog is just on the bone at this point. And you're just going to have to let go and give us that. but like I mentioned earlier, I do think, there are kind of forms of attacking this that are more effective than others. The "you guys shouldn't care about it, it's not important" angle is just fucking brain dead. But when they already have planted the seeds of, oh, it's fake, it's fake. If they continue to go along those lines, I could see that being a more enticing kind of angle for the MAGA base. So we'll see though. I mean, I'm even kind of buying that to a degree. Not that Obama wrote up the list before he left and or whatever, but just that we may end up seeing a list that is fake. And then so Jay says, yeah, manufacturing comes back, but the price of the product increases, and it's still increasing. Well, it's still incredibly lucrative to keep industry in third world countries. One thing I was listening to like a Lex Friedman podcast the other day with a guy that is like an expert on China, and he was saying that labor in Mexico is actually cheaper than labor in China now. So although that doesn't solve our issue for labor in America or manufacturing in America, it does kind of bring it over to this continent. And I do like the idea of keeping that kind of industry within the family in a way, as far as like with allies. It doesn't really make sense for us to just indefinitely sit there and enrich China. So, and then Alvin says, how long would it take you to know Epstein is a pedophile? 5 minutes or 25 years? That's a good question. I mean, I'd have to know him and really get the vibe for him, but he seems like an absolute fucking subhuman creep. So I would say I'd pick up on that pretty quickly. I can't imagine that I would make it all the way down to the island. But hey, if he told me he had a sick fucking airplane, who knows? Poggers. Well, brother, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what that means. That sounds like a foreign slur. Not slur in like a racial way. I'm not trying to be over the top about it, but I'm just saying it sounds like a pejorative, that. So just let me know. You'll have to fill me in. I'm a dumb American. At least where I live in America, we don't say poggers, but maybe that's something that I'm just a little bit ignorant to. So guys, I got videos. I got videos to play. And actually, Jay, I'm sure you're still in here, and I know that I know my brother here, Sandor, mentioned it earlier. He didn't know I had the video. Or did he? Sandor might be my secret producer behind the scenes. You guys don't know. Look, this is how you know I'm not on the list. This is how you know I'm not on no fucking list. Okay? I got headphones without the fucking cushions on them. All right? That's how you know.
You just made the list.
I'm clean. I'm clean, and I want the fucking list released. Because I'm not on any goddamn list. Not on the fucking Epstein list. Not on a fucking Best Buy list. Not on a Circuit City list. Not on any goddamn list. Need to fucking make an Amazon wish list. Because your boy's over here with the fucking non-padded headphones. Golly. I got to repad my own shit on camera. What list? I'm like Trump now. What fucking list? Mossad, send me fucking some money for some new headphones and maybe a new mic. Maybe get a new laptop in this motherfucker. And then who knows what I'll get on here denying. If you guys see me come on the next stream and you see me with a new fresh pair of headphones, just know I went down to the island. Now, if it's these same raggedy ass headphones with the fucking shit peeling off of them, just know your boy's not on no goddamn list, and I kept my integrity. I got my pussy the hard way, which meant no pussy. No pussy at all. So Sandor said, what we watching? Oh, brother, yeah. When I show you, you're gonna know. When I show you, you'll know what we're watching. I'm the Mossad handler, brother. Tap me into where the money is. That would check out, Sandor. Could you imagine? Or they. Jay says the dude that accuses me of being Jewish is really the Jew. That's a Jew fucking tactic. Halva said, wow, dude, 5 minutes I was seeing. Scoot on. Hey, brother. Hey, that's why I need to keep you with me, Alvin. You got the good fucking pedo radar. I'm not saying I wouldn't look into his eyes and see that they were soulless. I just don't know if I would assume he was, he had the fucking plug for 8-year-olds. But I'm not saying I wouldn't. Like I said, Epstein seems like a creepy fucker. He's got a fucking creepy ass fucking cavity smile. It's like, bro, I know you have dental. I know you fucking have dental. Sandor says, I have a list of fellow card holders. Yeah, exactly. No, man, put me in there with them. Put me in the fucking meeting. I'll turn off all the lights on Saturdays. Anybody that needs their lights turned on or off, you let me know. You want me to fucking goddamn turn the TV on for you on Saturdays? I'm your guy. I'm the fucking TV turner oner. Okay? You just let me know what you need, all right? I'll come in, Dr. Schmuley. You need the TV on, sir? You need me to run the microwave for you, sir? All right, now I did that. Now I need 3 Gal Gadots. And I need them pronto. And I need them to do whatever the fuck I say, and I want them to be trained in hand-to-hand combat. At least 3 years in the IDF. Real blood on their hands. I need them to be able to protect me. Okay? If I'm going to make this shift, if I'm going to make an ideological shift, okay? I need them to protect me like Gaddafi's fucking hot-ass bodyguards. That'd be me just with a fucking circled by a bunch of fucking beautiful fucking Israelites. I give you honorary cards too. Just need to come and kiss the wall. Shit, brother. You, like I said, you give me a Natalie Portman, I'll kiss that goddamn wall. I'll tongue that wall down if you need. I don't give a goddamn. I do not give a goddamn. I'll build the fucking goddamn temple myself with my own fucking hands like a carpenter, like Jesus Christ. I don't give a damn. Whatever they need, whatever those beautiful women of the fucking desert need. Those beautiful Ashkenazi fucking tan fucking women. Those Eastern Europeans with beautiful tans. Oh, man. Just kidding. 6 million. 6 million, guys. Don't forget. Do not forget that number. Oh, yeah. This is what I wanted to show you. Hey, so Jay, do not turn off your... And by the way, anybody watching right now, just understand it is fucking almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been in here giving you guys vibes. Like this goddamn video. Like this video. Share it with people that like to have fun, like to watch people get on the internet and talk shit and risk their fucking life. I get on here and I talk about shit that could get me motherfucking killed. I could get fired for this shit I'm talking about right now. Okay? You understand that? My motherfucking house could be taken, okay? This house, I got a loan for this motherfucker. Understand that. I'm on very thin ice. I'm on extremely thin ice with that loan. I just want everybody to fucking understand. So like, share, subscribe. You hit that motherfucking thumbs up. If you're in here and you have not hit that thumbs up, you look down at the thumbs up right now and you click that button and you make it light up. Not the thumbs down. You do not fucking do that. Don't be a hater. Thumbs up this bitch. Hit share. Send it to your fucking stepmother. Send it to your stepmother you hate, who's a Trump supporter. I don't give a shit. Send it to your aunt. Matter of fact, anybody that you know that is a Trump supporter, I want this to go out to. We need more of them in the fucking comments. Assemble the fucking pedo Avengers. I want to talk to them, and I need to understand why. I want to understand why. You'll get 3 Gadots with a combined age of 19. That's how we keep you locked in. Yeah, that's a fucking that's a dynasty right there. I'm gonna have to put them on the shelf because I'm a man of morals. I know most people wouldn't do that, and that's your fucking nasty tricks. Most men wouldn't be able to take them and put them on the shelf and let them age like fine wine. And yeah, sure, is that like dangerously close to grooming? And still, am I basically fucked on blackmail for that? Probably. I probably am still fucked. That's the thing. By the age of 19 is fucking sickening. Jay said, I did see a dude that went on his podcast. It was like, hey, this is my last podcast because he was worried about his family. Yeah, well, I would be worried about mine. I can't even joke about that. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. But you know, who knows? Because it's not a problem right now. I'm gonna say I'll still fire this bitch up. Like, share, subscribe. God damn it, we're fearless. This is the Fearless Network. Sit and Politic. Come on. That's my baby right there. Don't try to track down her voice, fucking Mossad. I don't give a fuck. Okay, we're Gentiles. This is what we do. We're savages. We talk about this shit if we want. God damn. You have a fucking ethno steak. Can't you chill? When does it end? We gave you a fucking goddamn place. We gave you a place and we kicked the other people out. We said, hey, this is the fucking Jews' place now. The Holy Land, bro. We gave you the fucking Holy Land. How many times did we fight over that? And at the end of the day, we said, you know what? We're going to be cool. We're going to let the Jews hold this fucking area down. And then still you blackmail our goddamn presidents. What the fuck is that about? And we let you do it, which is crazy. You know what I mean? You had a fucking goddamn island that was on our side of the fucking map. It was actually very accessible to our elites that lived in fucking Florida. It was a short plane ride. That was your plan, wasn't it? God damn it. Why didn't you put this fucking island somewhere over in Greece? Make it a little bit harder for fucking Steve Jobs to get there. Why the fuck did you make it so easy for fucking Bill Gates? How was he supposed to say no? Either way. Sandor, sorry, Alvin, I didn't mean to skip that. I definitely was not skipping that, my brother. We're gonna get into it. Alvin says the place needs peace, but I ain't holding my breath. Yeah, bro, don't hold your breath. We want you to not die. So it's good. Keep breathing. We're all going to hell. LMFAO, we're all going to hell. Jay going to have to pray a whole heap this week. Yeah, bro. I mean, if those people have any, if they are in fact the chosen people, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to find my way in. Jay, I'll pray for you, bro. Yeah, please, brother. Put in those extra prayer hours for me. We do need more Trump supporters. I agree with that, actually. Not even I'm not even being facetious. I genuinely would like to hear more from that side of the aisle, and also bring more of them in as our brothers. More Trump supporters that are like, Trump's kind of fucking gay now. You know, I'm hearing some of them say that. They're like, Trump's kind of fucking weird. You know, he's a little fucking queer right now. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some brothers over here and sisters who are Trump supporters and are down to rock with us for the long haul. And just hear us out. Like I said, I do like the discussion and the back and forth. So I would not be mad at that. Don't ever hesitate, you know, bringing a Trump supporter over and bringing them into the fold. I think that's going to add to more robust conversations. Jay says we do need more Trump supporters though, but once again, those they speak against releasing the files are a complete compromise. Stay away from them. Yeah, I agree with that. But like I said, I'd even like to really hear like somebody in good faith. I do have one buddy. Like I'm positive. Well, I'm confident. Sandor told us a story earlier where I don't know if I could say I'm positive about anything anymore, but I'm confident that he isn't somebody that would be supportive of, you know, the activities that are being alleged with the people on the Epstein list. But he's just extremely skeptical of, I guess, anything that's not Trump, really. I mean, I'm not gonna give much cover for him there. He is 100% bought in on the whole cult thing. But at the same time, I think he is truly in. I don't know if this is. Let me know if this doesn't make any sense, me saying this, but in a way, I think some of these people are bought in. I don't want to call them stupid because, like I said, this is a friend of mine. I'm not trying to say stupid necessarily. It's just like, but people that are genuine believers that genuinely have bought in on, you know, this kind of ideology and just that maybe he actually intends to do right by those people. Now, like I said, I say that and I immediately kind of like recoil a bit because I'm like, you know, obviously that's insane and you have to have some level of like total a total break from reality, in my opinion, to think that's the case. But, you know, I mean, you know, everybody has their own kind of skills with as far as like reasoning or things that they're running it by. And as far as when he looks at it and he's incredulous, he finds that, the fucking Dems are the pedos. And I'm on that, like, hey, it's probably fucking both sides, but Trump is really, really highly likely that he's involved. Alvin says Trump is a bigot. I have no problem with that, brother. I think Trump is a scumbag. Just in general, I think not a good person. So I think it's fair. We could throw the bigot title on him all day long. I'm okay with that. And that's your opinion. And we read it here on this on this channel. We definitely get into the conversations, and I'll give you your word. Usually, like I said, we I'll drop the link in here too. People can hop in, share their piece if they'd like. But I appreciate you rocking with us, Alvin, and getting so engaged in the comments. It helps the algorithm. And like I said already, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse for you guys that have been rocking with us, but I'm just really trying to knock you motherfuckers over the head, the 11 people in here that aren't hitting like and motherfucking subscribe. Let's grow this fucking page. Let's get the fucking conversation over here in the comments even more crazy. When I said I want Trump supporters, yeah, I do want them in the comments. Also, I want some fucking Marxists in the goddamn fucking comments. Give me some communists in the fucking comments, please. Let's get it really fucking up and cracking and interesting in here. Give me some fucking blood-sucking vampires in the comments. I want to talk to them about that. Any zombies out there? Let's get it. Jay says, well, at the end of the day, we have some balanced convos. There's some middle ground. I am at the wait and see moment for everything going on right now. I'm with you on that. I'm just a little bit further than that, but I mean, I agree with you. And I think, as far as like the balanced convo thing and middle ground, I agree with that. And I think, I'm willing to have patience with you if you're willing to have patience with me on, as far as our perspectives. And I think as far as like this goes, I'm pretty confident as far as like where we're gonna land in the end. And I think like people like yourself who you may be slow to adapt it because there's this resistance because of what you want to be true maybe doesn't line up with what is in fact the case. So you're trying to be really give the benefit of the doubt. I respect where that's coming from. And I think at the end of that, whenever you reach the conclusion, if it is in fact what I think, which is that there's that they're complicit in this. I think people similar to you, Jay, you guys are great allies to have in whatever kind of mission that we have going forward. We've talked about it previously as far as like I haven't had any conversation, and I think this is actually an incredible thing and speaks a lot to how close we are in reality politically. There's a lot of divisiveness and it's very polarized, but in reality, I don't think you could say this 20 years ago, but when I have conversations with conservatives about healthcare, for example, I have yet to have a conversation with a conservative that has ended that conversation unwilling to consider the merits of providing everybody in the country with healthcare. Now, maybe we disagree with how we come about that, whether it be a single payer system, some kind of universal healthcare or whatever. But I don't think 20 years ago in America, you could have had a conversation with liberals and conservatives. And the liberal probably wasn't even like staunchly in favor of something like universal healthcare. But now I have that conversation with conservatives, and they're, in my opinion, way more receptive to it, even than when I was having these conversations 5-6 years ago. Now, like I said, whenever I have those conversations over the past 4 years or so, however long I've been actively having those debates, usually I leave that conversation with the conservative either outright saying, I think you have a point and that's something I'm willing to consider, or a more tepid kind of, you make good points and I'll take it under kind of consideration. But I've never had a conversation with a conservative at length about, like I said, healthcare is a good example of that, but where they've walked away and they're like, fuck no, I'm not considering that. That just is stupid. There's a lot of things that I've had conversations with people as far as like social safety nets and things where they're just like, fuck no, that's a utopia. Where are we coming up with the money for, or whatever. I find that on the healthcare issue, people are much more amendable to that. And I think that's a huge issue. And that's a huge step in what I think is the right direction of, the country actually caring for its people. Sandor says it depends. What are their thoughts on the southern border? I'm trying to think here. Well, else combos. So I think you might be talking about Trumpers and shit. So yeah, I wonder. Sandor, what's your opinion on that? I'm not even 100% sure where you land on that. Jay, international law states that territorial sovereignty is defined by borders. You got to have them. Let's all run to Saudi and see what happens to us. That's called self-delusion. So that was probably in reference to something I was talking about. So my bad, Wiggy. I think I got to that a little late, brother. Yeah, it was like 5 minutes ago you said that. I'm trying to see what that was probably in reference to the Trump supporters. And I definitely fully agree with you. I think there's a ton of Trump supporters that are completely self-deluded. Wiggy coming back hours later. I think he's wearing a wire. Yeah, he's probably been in here the whole time just collecting data. No, but I appreciate him coming back hours later and that's still being on your mind, brother. If you haven't been watching it, I know, sometimes I'll watch shit like this too. And I'll have my headphones on and my phone will be like somewhere else. And I'll be listening to it through my headphones. But I want to hear someone that specializes in Chinese communism. That would be pretty dope. For some reason, I think we might have a hard time getting them on this stream, but I think that would be incredible. That would be a lot of fun. Hopefully we get to the point where we do have that kind of like reach and we can connect to people all over the place. I really love that. I've been playing Total War in the background, just listening. That's a perfect thing to be playing while you're listening to this conversation. I tried to play Fallout before, but I couldn't concentrate. Currently having a war with Randy Orton. My fucking guy. I was actually, it's funny, for the Hulkster before I hopped on here, my daughter, she's getting into wrestling. I've really kind of been trying to, push her in that direction. And so I was just like with my old lady, I was like, hey, pick a year. And we just randomly put on an old pay-per-view because she asked me, I told her I was turning off her kids show. And she's like, what are you putting on? Are you putting on wrestling? I like wrestling. I'm like, you're the best. I love my kid. So I was like, hell yeah, we put on some wrestling. So anyways, we ended up putting on 2009's Royal Rumble. I actually don't know who won the Royal Rumble because I ended up starting the stream and I had to step away when the Royal Rumble match was actually happening. But that whole pay-per-view was kind of built around Randy Orton is really why. So it's just a random pay-per-view I picked. But it happened to be one that was built around Randy Orton. He might even win the Royal Rumble, how they were acting with the promos leading up to it. Some of the Raws, like leading up to that Royal Rumble, he had who the fuck was it they talked? He talked some shit to Stephanie McMahon. Did he RKO? Oh no, he smacked the shit out of Vince McMahon is what happened. Vince McMahon was like, respect my daughter. And then Randy Orton's like, she's a whore. She's a Nepo whore. It's like, bro, you're a Nepo guy. But Wig, I will school you in any Total War game all the way back to Shogun. Oh shit. All right. Oh shit. We got Total War beef in the comments. Yeah, not what I expected, but bro, yeah, you guys let me know. Honestly, I'm not even familiar with what the fuck is Total War. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I'm not familiar, but I do get down on some of those like strategy games. Like I'm not deep into it, but like Civilization, I'll play that. I'm not familiar with Total War though. Turn-based strategy, real-time tactics. Okay, hell yeah. Back in the day, I played damn, Shogun was from 2000. Shout out to you, Jay, fucking original. But Age of Empire, as far as like the first kind of game like that I got into, the strategy game, was Age of Empire. Shit was fucking epic. Total War is good. Not Mountain Blade, and Mountain Blade Bannerlord is where it's at. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I've heard of Bannerlord on like Instagram. I've seen videos of Bannerlord, but I'm not actually familiar. I got to get into Steam and Sandor. That's your comment. And you were the one telling me that I gotta build a PC, but I'm gonna get one of those Steam decks when I have like some extra funds for it. I think it's like $300 or whatever. So I'm definitely planning on getting that. The PC gaming is just something I completely missed out on growing up, and even as an adult, I haven't had that But I've worked with a ton of people who were huge PC gamers and would always like give me the side eye when I'm like, yeah, I got a PlayStation. Fucking idiot. Low IQ, low IQ. I love me all the Total War games though. Even Attila, even then it's full jank. Yeah, shit, Total War. Now you guys might have already answered this lower in the comments, but is it anything like Age of Empire or Civilization, or what would be another big turn-based sort of strategy game that it would be comparable to? Taxes. It's why we pay taxes. Why pay taxes if it's not for the betterment of the people? Do we pay taxes just to fund war? No, I mean, I agree with you, Sandor. I totally agree with you. I think, and for me personally, I'm not as adverse to paying taxes. If I was paying taxes and I felt like it was going to some kind of social betterment, like, for example, making college more affordable, making healthcare more accessible, creating some kind of, preparing for some kind of social safety net to be put in place when we start to see people displaced as far as employment goes because of AI and things of that nature. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think, can make taxes a completely noble thing, and something that I'm not adverse to. I've had that's something I enjoy, having those conversations with conservatives, because like I said, I think that's usually the hurdle. So all those conversations I was talking about pertaining to healthcare, that's always the initial hurdle to get through in those debates is, there's going to be that kind of like, how are we paying for it? How are we paying for it? It's like, well, are we already pay a insane amount on healthcare in this country? So it's like, first off, just wrap that into what we're paying towards this kind of like social healthcare system. Because with the private system, it already has a huge price tag on the country itself. Sandor says Wiggy might have them chafed lips that come from kissing the wall. My holy land is South Texas, brother. Hell yeah. Only wall he's fucking kissing is fucking wall at the Alamo. I took the belt off Randy. Oh man. You got to stop being a console peasant, James. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I definitely feel like I'm not maximizing my game time, but hey, brother, I mean the console isn't bad. It has a lot of what you need. I'm gonna make everybody cringe saying this, I'm sure. Maybe not Jay because he's a sports guy, but I grew up a lot of times I was playing like sports games growing up, like football, Madden. I was a little bit of a idiot savant with Madden growing up with my friend group. I like the RPG games and stuff, but I just never really, like, I never had the experience where I got really turned on to the online multiplayer games. So because of that reason, and I didn't really have like a tight-knit friend group growing up or anything like that. So I didn't have like friends that I was playing online with. It was always pretty much me playing solo games. So for that reason as well, by the way, WWE was getting, heavy burns in the game system. So yeah, I was playing more of those like isolated, I was playing games with my siblings, to be honest. So local multiplayer games, that's where I was at. Wiggy says, bro, Total War. It's RTS Civ Builder. Okay, I mean, sounds interesting. I'll have to check it out. They're remaking Dawn of War 2. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Jay, you guys might have to do a little like fucking head-to-head civilization builder fucking stream one night. Just saying. The boys just hop on and just fucking create fucking some civilizations real quick. Go to war or something. We all ended up here because of Total War. Formula led us to each other. That is really the thing, huh? Yeah, you and Wiggy, brother. I need to see that. I'm excited for that. No, that'd be great. I think that also, I don't know how much of like streamers you guys are. Like, I know Wiggy, he's talked to me a little bit about Discord, and that's something I got to get familiar with. I never really used Discord at all. I literally made a Discord because I was playing Among Us with like my family. So like my family made a Discord for us to talk on there and shit. And so I got to really educate myself there, because one, I think it'd be a good tool for us to all kind of stay connected, share good information. It'd be great for me with the podcast as far as just giving me another source of, interesting kind of information to dig into. But for that kind of for like the gaming aspect, I've worked with some people who said that they'll like stream their gaming shit and like, sit in Discord and like share their content with us. I don't know. So we'll have to get with that on Wig. You'll have to get with me on that, Wiggy, and something maybe we'll have to flesh out. But I mean, if I could host something like that, it seems like it'd be fun content. Just have you guys play fucking Dawn of War, or we can do a fucking episode with that fucking on the side or something. Who knows? I don't know. I'm trying to have a vision for it. Dawn of War in 2004 was so good. Dawn of War, you boys, man. Hey, we were all scared of PC at one point. Just got to jump in. You slowly learn the ins and outs. Yeah, I think that's where I am. It's just, brother, you need to have like some kind of, you need to have a shaman, with almost every, at least I'll speak for myself. Maybe I'm a sheep in that way, where it's like, you just got to have somebody to kind of like walk you through that break down the barriers of whatever kind of like limitations you're putting on yourself based off what you already know. I probably wouldn't be a fucking console player if, since from when I before I could remember, my dad was pulling out the fucking Dreamcast, playing that shit. I envy NCAA football not being on PC. So Jay, are you only a PC player? Do you not play consoles at all? You have to let me know about that. I love PC, but so much to play. Yeah, I see all these like obscure kind of like independent titles that seem really fucking interesting, but they usually end up only being PC games. So little time. I always end up playing games from 15 years ago. Yeah, I think that is the problem. I mean, for me, not quite 15 years ago, but the same thing. I end up, if you don't have time to play games as much or whatever, you do end up like going to like the old faithfuls of like, and plus it's just, I find like one reason I don't stream myself playing video games, for example, it's because when I'm sitting there and actually playing, it's like, it's such a kind of like comfort zone for me as far as like a place that I just use to really detach and relax. So it's weird to take and put like something like this where I'm, trying to be entertaining for an extended period of time, and then meld that with something that I use as more of like a decompressing kind of thing. So Sandor said, by the way, he says Discord is essential. It's not too hard. Yeah, I hear that. It's just something I'm just not familiar with, but it seems pretty intuitive. When I was with, like I said, when I was doing the Among Us, I was motivated to figure it out at that time, so I'm sure I can figure it out for this. Plus, it seems like just as far as like the communication aspect, seems like it would be such a benefit to this and just the community as far as building community and stuff like that. Yes, you can have a Discord and people here can drop links and videos and stuff. Yeah, I'll have to just kind of look at that. I have the account, and I had a buddy that was more into that kind of stuff, and he was really encouraging me to start a Discord. I think he even like made one for me, but I just never really explored it. Just because as far as like for me to do social media, it's such a forced task for me, to be honest. Sometimes shit's just free. Game discounts on PC go hard. Yeah, I see that sometimes. And then as far as like, the free to play games, I see that as like a really big market in PC games. Not as common with console, but I will say the console has consistent discounts. Like with, I have a PlayStation. So the PlayStation Plus, if you're a member, they give you the free games, like free games every month, and they'll have a shit ton of games on sale. But I don't know if it's actually really fucking with PC like that. Also, just because of the access, I think that third-party developers have to develop games for PC, but I'm not fully talking from a place of knowledge there. It's more of just like what I've observed from the outside, not really super informed take there. You guys would have to let me know if that's accurate. Wiggy, the walled garden, that is console is so egregious with the price. Oh well, that's the pricing is fucking insane. There's a few games right now that I want to give. I was like, I can't justify $70 fucking dollars. I cannot justify that. Not for something I may or may not get to play. More than a total of like fucking 3 hours this week or whatever. Sandor's right. Everything is $70. Yeah, that's what is it on PC? Like aside from when you catch it on a deal, what's like the standard starting price if there is a standard starting price? And also, why is it cheaper? I can understand why it's more expensive on console just because they'll do anything to fuck you over. And by the way, actually, that reminds me of something you said, Jay, earlier, not to bring it back to the political shit too much, but you had mentioned something about things being more expensive and all that. I would say that's one of the issues, though, when we have this kind of like system that's beholden to the shareholder over the employees or over the customers, first and foremost the shareholder. So there's like this premium that's put on, well, not even a premium, but like an absolute imperative kind of mission to do everything in your power to raise the stock price for the fiduciary responsibility towards the stockholders. You end up having situations where whether it's justified or not, though they're doing anything, these corporations, to just raise their returns every single year over year, and growth, whether there's really any growth necessarily to be had in the market or not. So I think sometimes there's some of these companies, they're going to have to just come to a kind of reckoning that, okay, we've been just robbing and sucking the country blind for for 100 years. Yeah, we're used to expecting these, increases in how much money we're making year over year and so on and so forth. But maybe we don't just continuously raise the price of our product to achieve that. Maybe we don't continuously try to trim the fat on our workforce over and over again. And maybe we actually just try to put forth the best possible product. But either way, but you spouting that console coat, bro. Those are free games. We get free games. No, I believe you. I mean, I'm not trying to like support the console and say that's better than PC necessarily. I just know it's just a convenience thing. It's based off of just exposure. But as far as like the price of games and shit, it's fucking astronomical. Hey buddies, I gotta go. I'll catch you next stream. Hey, 100% Wiggy. I appreciate you rocking with us so fucking late, brother. You're the man. And thank you for adding to the convo as always, my brother. I'm gonna try to be on here sometime this weekend. I don't know what day, so I can't fully commit. More than likely Saturday, I'd say, because Sunday is usually a family day for me. We try to make something of that. But damn, Wiggy, I didn't. You weren't on here for me to play the videos. That was my bad. We were just enjoying the Kick It Fest so fucking much. But I did have some videos to play. But much love, Wiggy. We'll definitely rock out next time. And then next time, if you want, hop on. I just didn't drop the link because initially I didn't drop the link. But if you ever want to hop on, just ask. I'd be happy to have you. But as I always say to my man Sandor, no pressure on that. If you just want to come in here and just kick it, I appreciate it. No. So Sandor says some PC games go for the 70, but you can always find a deal. You can buy from key sellers like Green Man Gaming and CD Keys. There are dodgy key sellers to watch out for, though. Interesting. So I don't even know what the fuck that is, brother. I'm that ignorant. So you got to talk to me like I'm completely retarded. So key, that's like the key for the game, I'm assuming, like the code or whatever. So are they getting a code and then they're selling, like the code's reusable? So then they'll sell their code for a cheaper price than what the actual game is sold for. Explain to me if I'm understanding that correctly, brother. And see you, Wiggy. My guy Sandor saying goodbye to Wiggy, the man, the legend, the fucking native stud that is Wiggy. Shout out to him. I fucking hate what Leonardo DiCaprio did to your people. Fuck him for that. Later, Wig. Shout out to Wiggy. He's the man. Bro, you would pick it up very quick. You have the smarts. Key is just a cool PC way to say game. Yeah, I figured that's what it was. And I think I've seen actually, I got like a digital key for a game for the console one time for, it was, I don't know, it was a weird situation. I don't even remember what the game was, but I got like a cardboard thing that had a key on it. But no, yeah, I think I would. It's really the thing that's the intimidating part is the building the PC. That's just, and I'm really mainly what's preventing me at this point is just, you know, the fact I hadn't done it to this point. So I was like, do I want, you know, becoming an old man and being like, do I want to fucking pick up some shit that I, you know, don't already know how to do? So there's that kind of, you know, my own kind of limitations that I'm putting on myself. But I'm sure it'd be worth it. I mean, I've always heard about like the fucking graphics being way better. And I had a buddy back in the day that I worked with that was really into building PCs, and he was so passionate about it, always was pushing me to do it. And he felt really strongly about it. And he actually invited me over to his house to show me his own PC and shit. And the graphics were lovely. I will say that. And I was playing fucking Cyberpunk earlier today, and fucking about 80% of the humans on there were just invisible because the fucking frame rate was so fucked that it literally wasn't showing me humans. So, you know, shit like that makes me definitely want to fucking build a goddamn supercomputer. Bro, you guys have Micro Center and reasonably priced parts. Over here, we have to take a second mortgage out to sell a body part. It's worth it though. Yeah, I have actually heard that as far as like other places it being way more expensive. Ooh, yeah, I'll have to do it. It's another thing is it's like I guess I really when I always consider that is obviously when you make the shift to the next generation of console. Every time you do that, and you're looking at fucking this past time I paid fucking $700 for the PlayStation because I got it off a third party because we couldn't find it anywhere. As far as direct retailers, so I ended up getting it off of StockX, and I have to pay $700. Although in the long run, I had this conversation with many people at the time because you know, people were asking me like, "Are you? It wasn't worth it?" and all this because not many people had PlayStation at the time. And I would say, yeah. So, I mean, if I would have made a different decision and I would have maybe built a PC, I don't know how long you're expecting your PC to not be obsolete. I guess that'd be a good question for you, Sandor, or Jay, if you play a PC as well. But with a system, I mean, every time you're making a new system, so every 6 years, 7 years or so, you know, you're guaranteed for your shit to be obsolete. And you got to buy a whole new system rather than just updating you know, a piece of your PC or whatever. Like I said, I'm speaking from ignorance only from like what I've picked up from friends that have tried to entice me into the PC game. But, you know, I know you have like graphic cards and things like that. So I don't know if it's as simple as just updating a part of your PC and then that can, you know, keep it state of the art, if you will. You could buy some parts after some research and get a store to build it. Oh, okay. Or just buy pre-built. The lads would help, I'm sure. When you're ready, we'll help out. Yeah. I mean, hey, brother, that's definitely. I wonder how much for like a good PC. How much are you getting in for as far as that goes? So, if you were gonna have something that was respectable, like how much could you expect to pay for that? I don't know if you would even be as familiar since you're kind of speaking to, you know, the difference in price between, you know, doing that here compared to where you live. So yeah, I wonder if it's reasonable. We wanted to stay top of the line. you're going to be paying a lot every 2 years. Okay. I mean, that's not even terrible though. So especially if it's like, you know, like top of the line for PC, it's still way past where you're at with the console, which you're stuck with whatever you have for like 7 years, and there's not going to be any improvement on that. There's no improvement you can make on your own. I'm sure you can if you're extremely tech savvy, but for me, it's just not happening. I'm not fucking cracking my PlayStation 5 open to try to fucking install some fucking thrusters to it. There's a massive gap between top, mid, low, and console. Interesting, huh? Yeah, I've seen some shit. I saw my buddy Devin, like I said, he showed me his computer setup, and it was pretty fucking on point. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's just the getting into it aspect. Once you get into it and you crack it open and you start to and you normalize it and you demystify the whole fucking I'm building a computer. I think, you know, once you get past that aspect, yeah, it becomes just parts. You gotta put the fucking parts together. Here, let me go ahead. Let me pull up one of these videos so we can watch these before we get out of here tonight. Although I have a little bit still to go because I do have several videos that I am definitely running down. Jay, I said this earlier, and I was going to play it immediately, and then I got sidetracked with good console conversation. But if you're still here, so if anybody's still here, and if I've cut this video up into the future, hello, like, share, subscribe, show some love. We are here. Big baby. So Epstein, you know that motherfucker, right? The motherfucker that had the whole island and they were doing the freaky shit. So new video just dropped. You know Trump's been saying, hey, MLK this, Washington Redskin that. Obama wrote it. Obama fucking likes Russia. Obama Hussein, whatever the fuck you could say. He's saying all the shit. He's saying everything to distract us. And what's he distracting us from?
Relationship with Donald Trump.
It's right here.
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of...
Jay, we're not even going to let this question get out, brother. Where you at? Where you at? We're not even going to let this gentleman finish asking this question right now. Because, I mean, it's fucking... I mean, holy moly, brother. We got to say he knows him now, right?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an orgy with him, motherfucker? That's the question. Personal relationship. That, you know what we're asking.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
He said, though I would like to answer that question, I got to refuse to. Though I would like to answer the question that you're asking me right now, sir, I have to absolutely refuse to answer that motherfucking question right now. Because holy shit, it is incriminating. No red flags there for me. Business dealings of harmless nature often come with an NDA. Yeah, 100%. Usually when you're just business holy fuck, he literally asked the question. He said, have you guys ever associated with females under the age of 18 together? And he's like, I can't say no. He's like, I can't say no, actually. So and I respect, look, hey, I respect the legal system and I respect motherfuckers that want to give the law enforcement as little as possible to put them in a cage. But this man is a child fucker. Okay, so this man's a child fucker, and he should be fucking castrated. Let's just fucking put it out there. I don't give a fuck. Like, he's doing some wild shit. Plead the fifth, all that kind of shit. Listen, like I said, I get it, but Jay, we got to look at that. We got to say, look, bro, if somebody asked me about Jay, and if me and Jay had ever fucking associated with underage girls together, I'd say, fuck no, we never did that. I'd say, sir, I can't believe you just asked me that about Jay. God damn it. Jay's a good man. Jay is a good brother. I don't know what the fuck you would ever ask that question about Jay, because I could not even imagine that shit. Man loves his children. I said it last stream, but we don't know what the children were wearing. It could have been Trapman. Oh my God. There you go. Sandor, I'm gonna be upset, brother, if this I push it, you know, I push the limits sometimes with my freedom of speech in this country, which we obviously don't give a fuck about. But I'm gonna be a little upset if I end up getting deported because of something you said. I'm just gonna say that. But yeah, who knows, brother? We got to figure out what were the kids doing. They were I mean, I guess you're saying they were just asking for it, you know. So I mean, let's just put it there. Let's just put it out there. Let's just put it out there strongly, like Trump would say, strongly. And
It is 60 minutes.
I kept on here.
Oh boy.
I left it on here for a reason.
Oh shit. Oh God. The small town of South Park, Colorado, is protesting against the president. The townspeople claim that the president, who is a great man.
A great man.
Great guy. We know he's probably watching. And we are just reporting on this town in Colorado that's being sued by the president, and they are fighting back.
And just to be clear, we don't agree with them.
No. We think these protesters are total retards. But our own Jim Connor has more. Oh, God. Tom, I'm here with the townspeople speaking out against the president. It all started when a father got upset that Jesus was being forced on his son at school. Young Stan Marsh is questioning the president's policies. I don't know. You know, I don't know why he's questioning the president. He's probably a faggot or something. But the townspeople say they owe the president nothing.
You need to share this video.
All right, yeah, I had to stop it there. He asked me to share that video. I had to stop it. That's an action take. Yeah, this is I mean, it's funny because it is that kind of like walking on eggshells that we're getting from our media at this point, whether it be right or left representing media. I mean, you have Washington Journal, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, the owner of Fox News. So, you know, which is obviously a right-leaning news source here in America. It's like, he's being sued now because they had these fucking love letters supposedly to Jeffrey Epstein involving having these fucking doodles and the creepiest. Let me see if I have that, because I mean that was something I meant to talk about the other night, but we ended up talking about other shit. But I had pulled this like fucking weird ass letter allegedly that was written to Jeffrey Epstein from Donald Trump. Now he denies this, to be clear. He denies this, but this is some letter that Donald Trump wrote to Jeffrey Epstein in a it was like a birthday letter, and is supposedly it's in this booklet of a bunch of birthday letters written to Jeffrey Epstein for like his 50th birthday. Ghislaine Maxwell had asked everybody to write these letters, supposedly. So there's a few different people that they have letters from, supposedly. Now, these aren't anything that we've seen directly yet. And like I said, Trump denies this, and it does sound so crazy that you're like, impossible. I'm almost with Jay on this one, where I'm like, it feels like it can't be true. But really, you have to question everything at this point. You have to consider that anything is honestly possible to be passable, because I mean, like I said, if they're willing to cover up fucking fuck island, then why wouldn't they lie about a fucking letter? Sandor says that's the same way the MSM talks about Gaza when some new evidence comes out about that's actually, honestly, I would say that's even more accurate when it comes to that. In this situation, I do feel like people are, with the Epstein list, people are on eggshells as far as like mainstream media. But you're so right on that, Sandor. With the Gaza shit, it's any fucking way to obfuscate from, you know, or literally not reporting on. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I feel like, you know, you'll hear from it on the internet a week before you even hear the mainstream media really like running any kind of like significant coverage on it. I mean, you've heard. I don't watch too much, but I mean, I'll tune in for a decent amount, like because I'm a cable cutter, so I don't have a traditional cable, but I do have access through like the streaming platforms. They all kind of have like some kind of news that they partner with, and they have streamed through there. So through like HBO Max and stuff, I'll watch some news and or some traditional news networks. And yeah, I mean, like this fucking shooting at the aid camps, bro, they were so fucking late on that. And it's like I don't know. It's just the IDF coverage and the coverage in Gaza is extremely disappointing. And you don't have until this situation with the church, which even that, it's fucking lukewarm, the response. You have Pope Leo come out. You have a few members of our government say like, oh, well, this is unacceptable. You know, innocent lives lost, blah, 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 which I agree with all that. But like that applies for the past 2 years. Like, yeah, but either way, let me read this real quick. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside that outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. What a fucking psycho statement that is, by the way. So I had a little bit of some brain fog right there in the middle. So let me just read it again so we're very clear. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Like, think about how bizarre that is. If somebody were to fake a note, so like a lot of people on the right have attacked this note and the veracity of it by saying like, oh, this doesn't sound like Donald Trump. Think about how crazy this sounds. Like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. Like, almost doesn't the opposite exist? This is like stranger than fiction, basically, right? It's like if somebody was going to sit down and write a fake letter between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, they're not going to write it in screenplay form, are they? Now, maybe if you're a fucking psychopathic, sex-crazed narcissist who fucks children, maybe you do that. But if you're just a normal person that's trying to get in the mind of somebody that does that, you probably just write like a sleazy letter. Maybe you still do the doodle with the fucking pubic hair as the signature. That kind of seems like something that's a little weird. But believable. I can imagine that being a fake. But no, like, come on. A fucking third person fucking dialogue scene between you and your fucking best friend fucking pedophile, your best pedophile friend. Your BPF, you and your BPF are having a fucking imaginary fucking written out conversation like he's fucking pitching a fucking TV show to you. So here, let me just read this. But so voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. The note begins. Oh my God. Fucking cringe. This man's fucking American Psycho incarnate. Literally. There must be more to life than having everything. Like maybe fucking children. Fucking Donald Trump, you sick fuck. The note began, Donald. Yes, there is. But I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Wow, what do you think it is, guys? Guys, let me know in the comments if you think what more there is to life than having everything. What are they talking about? Because they both know what it is, but they don't want to let us know. These are cheeky little fucking kid fuckers. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Fucking creepy ass fucking pauses, by the way. Like these commas, I don't like where they're put. Grammatically, they're correct, but still, come on. Donald says, enigmas never age. It's fucking villain. Have you noticed that? Basically, kids, what he's trying to say there, kids never age if you ship the adults out as they become adults, and then you just bring in more kids. That's code name Enigma. And then, by the way, I've read online conspiracies about this fucking note, in that Enigma is actually like scrambled up for some fucking other word that means like fucking kids. I wish I could remember what the fuck it was. It was like gamine or something like that. I'm talking about some real shit. So if you look, maybe I'll look it up after I'm done here, just so I can bring it full circle. But there's some weird shit going on with using the word enigma here. They're using fucking pedo fucking coded language. So Donald, though, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, yeah, there's a lot of fucking kids around here. I did notice that. Sweet. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what he said. Says Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Gay as hell. Then Donald says, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Fucking creepy. How the fuck did they somehow find a lower bar in a more creepy way to speak than like what I said as a joke? I said like, well, the worst thing I can imagine, and then they said some fucking creepy ass coded shit. It's way like, imagine that, bro. If anybody's ever a friend to me, don't ever write me an imaginary conversation you had with me. That is some weird ass shit. Do not be having fucking imaginary conversations with me that you wrote down. That is fucking crazy. We're not friends if that happens. Oh, the church, that was an oopsie. Yeah, the church where they fucking blew up a church. Yeah, fucking cunts. And then they fucking actually had the gall to come out afterwards and then explain it away by saying they're fucking Hamas. they're Hamas, the Catholic division. Trump's done. Every day a little more comes out. Some major policy shift or new war will probably happen soon to appease some people. Yeah, he's about to be like, hey, Iran, can we fucking fire that bitch back up? He'll say, hey, Iran, so I know I said that we wanted peace and like we shouldn't do war, but like, can we just fucking start killing each other? Bruh, I've collected every Pokemon. Time to find some children, I guess. It did have that energy. I mean, to say like, it's basically like, it's the age old question. What do you get a man that has everything? I mean, something he illegally should not have. Like, get him a fucking ivory tusk from a fucking baby elephant. Okay, I'm not condoning that. I don't want anybody to do that. I want to be clear about that. I love animals. Don't do that. Don't kill a baby elephant and take their ivory husk. That's fucked up. And like the fucking doctors that go and do safaris and shoot fucking animals for fucking no reason. Fuck you guys for that. Not cool. But if you're a doctor and you feel like you have to go, you're on your way to Africa to fuck a bunch of kids, I would actually much prefer you take a detour and just do a quick safari and shoot a fucking elephant, take its tusk. So I'm just suggesting an alternative. Let's loosen up a little bit. Let's get back to, just take a trip down. You're thinking about going down to Mexico, or you want to go down the Caribbean and you want to, children and, do depraved things. How about not do that? Let's get some roosters. Let's put some blades on the roosters' feet and let's throw them in a ring and watch them fight each other to the death and throw money down on it. Something like that. Let's give them some prisoners to like why not do like the fucking movie, the Stone Cold classic Condemned, and like have some fun in that way. Put a bunch of prisoners on the island and watch them fucking kill each other to the death and possibly turn on each other and resort to cannibalism. Something like that. Much more understandable like that. If I found out that Donald Trump, Jeff Bezos, all these rich cunts, that they were on some fucking island and they kept bringing prisoners down there and having them fucking fight in cannibal games, And then I found a letter like this that said like, hey, what do you do when you're a rich man and there's nothing else to do? And then I was like, well, fuck, they're being accused of being on this cannibal island. I would almost be like, yeah, he probably did it. But, I would be like everybody else. I'm like, but is it really like the worst thing in the world? Don't we like the fact that, we have overnight shipping? Like, do we really need to fuck that up because they took a couple fucking prisoners to an island and fucking had them eat each other? Like, I don't know. For me, I wouldn't be as concerned about that. Be more ethical, rich people. Don't take the fucking beautiful babies that we love and we care about. We don't want fucking bad things to happen. They're the future. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking up the future. Stop fucking the future. Stop taking your fucking old nasty cocks and putting it inside of the future. Stop doing that. Am I right? Thank you. Stop doing that. Now, take the past and people you don't care about, like prisoners, take them to the island. I still don't think you should fuck them, but you know what? Even if you fucked them, I feel less bad about that than you doing this to the kids. Stop fucking putting your dick in the future. God, you guys you've been doing it for a long time, to be honest. We look the other way on it. It's time to stop looking the other way. Once again, Cannibal Island. Yes, that's what rich people should do. Yes, bring people down there that have been put in prison for life off nonviolent crimes even. Sure, I'm sure that will happen. And I don't like it, but that's what happens in a fucking society when you have billionaires. They want to take you and make you fight each other to the death and eat one another. Instead, you're not letting them do that, and they're fucking the future. So I don't know. I'm a solution guy. I'm a solution man, Jay. We were talking about it earlier. What's going to happen in society if this or that happen? I don't know. Let them fucking take the people out of prison. Let them take fucking... We keep on deporting people to El Salvador. Why don't we stop doing that? Why don't we stop doing that and instead we deport them to fucking Epstein Island and we have them fight each other to the death? Think about it. Think about it. Like I said, I'm just talking about solutions. At the end of the day, I want to figure out a way to keep the kids safe. That's where I'm coming from. Sandor says, yeah, they've collected all the Pokemon. Now they gotta catch them all the children who love Pokemon. Now they have the perfect fucking bait. They have all the fucking Charmanders and the fucking Pikachus. God, the kids never stood a chance. Sandor said, I'm telling you, man, when we get androids, there are going to be a lot of 12-year-old maids. Put the house on that. You've put the house down twice. I don't know if your wife knows that or not, but in this stream, you've put the house down twice. And I relate to it, and I like your way of gambling. Sandor says, oh, the smaller models charge faster and take up less space. All good ideas. Alex said something to think about. I really want everybody to just think about pragmatic solutions. You know, we want to treat people like people. But at the end of the day, if they're not supposed to be here and they're not Americans, do we give a fuck? I'm just kidding. Just kidding, for real. No, we need to stop. We honest to God, just stop fucking our future up and traumatizing our fucking. They're fucking probably grooming these kids into being fucking Manchurian candidates who've been fucking traumatized by fucking sex crimes. So you fucking open a banana in front of them and they'll fucking assassinate fucking the leader of Vietnam. We got a real problem on our hands with these fucking intelligence agencies. I'm just saying, if I'm not here fucking next week, just know Tuesday, I'm locked in. Tuesday, 9 p.m. If I'm not here, God damn it, they came in, they fucking got me. I think they get deleted. I think that might have been the end of fucking Epstein straight up saying that he won't even speak about whether or not him and Donald Trump have ever been in the presence of a minor before. We know the answer is yes. even that, he could have at least been a slime ball. I'm like, well, yeah, one time I was around him and his daughter at the same time. We were chilling. Didn't even try to say that. He's like, guys, I can't even get out of this. Yeah, you know, the answer is yes, but I can't go into any further. I did have a PBD fucking video here, but I don't know. I think we went a little long in the podcast for me to get into that because I would probably have to stop it every 5 seconds to say how much these guys are just fucking retards. Just so we fulfill our obligation, we talked about South Park a bit, but I will say, Pedro Pascal, I don't have much time to get in, and you're fucking lucky, motherfucker. You got away with the fucking Epstein shit like these other bastards. Fucking beneficiary of just the fucking sands of time. But we're on your ass, motherfucker. Pedro Pascal, we're wondering why the fuck you get nervous all the time around beautiful women. What the fuck's going on? Why you keep getting nervous when you got a fucking baddie next to you, bitch? I've never seen this man ever nervous around a man ever. He never ever has grabbed a fucking male co-shoulder, a goddamn male fucking co-star shoulders. Pedro, we're on your goddamn ass, bitch. You let the fucking Last of Us. You let it get ruined. I don't give a goddamn if people liked it or not. You fucked it up. You fucked it up, and we liked Joel. And we even kind of liked you in that show, but you still sat by and fucking let that shit happen. What's up with Pedro? I don't know if I have videos here. I got to see. I may not have actually pulled videos, but he's been going around promoting the Fantastic Four movie, which is coming out, I think, this weekend or this Friday. And it's just people on X have been giving him a hard time because he has a reputation for like being handsy and like touching people, and he's talked about it before. He's like, oh, I get nervous in crowds or doing like these promotional events, and it's like a soothing thing for him, like to molest people's hands and hips and faces. So in this current I'm trying to see if I have this video or not. Through this current promotional period, he's been consistent here, and he's been kind of handsy with his female co-star, and she's married and she's pregnant, so people have been using that as an opportunity to just shit down his neck on it. And I don't mind because it's a fucking odd. It honestly is a fucking weird thing. Sometimes people bring up weird shit as haters on the internet, but they're just fucking pointing out the God's honest fucking truth, which is, I'll be honest, if my fucking wife is your co-star and you guys are acting in a movie together, I don't need you to be grabbing her goddamn hip while you're doing fucking interviews for it. Be uncomfortable. Be uncomfortable. Yeah, that's a real fucking thing. Like the rest of us, fucking constantly goddamn uncomfortable in this fucked up world. And you're being fucking asked questions about being fucking Mr. Fantastic and fucking stretching your arms around and all this and that. And fucking, how the fuck are you going to be in the fucking new Avengers movie? How do you feel about being that shit's got you nervous? Motherfuckers got bills to pay and they're due. Their kids are getting blowed up on the other side of the world. Goddamn it. You're over here nervous. You need a fucking emotional support titty. Get the fuck out of here with that. Not my goddamn fucking woman's breast. I'm sorry. That wouldn't be me. It couldn't be me. The fuck? She'd be having words, and next time you did that, yeah, she'd be traumatized. It'd be me on her fucking mind. She wouldn't be worried about your fucking anxiety. She'd be worried about her own fucking anxiety when she gets home and gets her ass fired up. What the fuck are you doing letting goddamn Oberyn Martell touch you all over your tits? Do you think you're fucking in the goddamn brothel in King's Landing? Do you think that's what the fuck this is? Because no. What the fuck? You were Miss Invisible in this movie, not fucking whore number 1 or whore number 2. You're supposed to be goddamn Susie fucking Invisible bitch from fucking Fantastic Four. We didn't fucking have you go take the goddamn paycheck to be this motherfucker's emotional support fucking pussy to walk around with. No, thank you. Tell him to get a fucking chihuahua. Oh, God. What the fuck does he think this is? Get a fucking dog like a normal person. Pet it. If you get nervous, pet the dog. Don't grab the pregnant woman by her fucking hips on the red carpet and treat her like a fuck toy, buddy. That's not what we're doing. I didn't pull the video, but you guys are getting the fucking vibe by just the way I'm explaining it, I hope. This is all facts. I had another video I was supposed to look. I got a lot of shit here that I did end up pulling. But no, I'm sorry. I forgot to grab the pictures of the motherfucker grabbing married women by their fucking chins. William Dafoe had to cut that shit out. He said, motherfucker, I was Green Goblin. I'll go crazy on your ass right now. I'll put the fucking mask on. I don't give a fuck. Don't touch my goddamn model wife. Not for you. The fuck? Get you one. Yeah, what's up with Pedro? What's going on with Pedro Sandor? You asked. Hollywood was a mistake. Yeah, no, they've been fucking up for a really long time. Let's just be completely honest. I was trying to think of the golden era and be like, yeah, no, they really fucked it up then or there. But it's just we had a fake view of Hollywood was the thing back in the day. But in reality, fucking Judy Garland fucking drank her ass into death. Drank her ass right into the fucking hole of death and despair. And she was Dorothy. So they even broke fucking Dorothy quickly. I mean, she didn't make it far. You don't want me to be you don't want me to be nervous, do you? Yeah, that's fucking creepy shit. Exactly. Like I said, tell this motherfucker to get an emotional support animal. Like I'm surprised we don't see more of them on the red carpet and shit, to be honest with you. Maybe the red carpet, they're just they run that shit with the iron fist. And they say, we don't give a fuck. Molest somebody on the carpet. You're not bringing your fucking hairy dog into the Academy Awards. It's not happening to fucking day. Absolutely not. Have some respect for Hollywood. Yeah, sure. In Hollywood, are we known for fucking rape and fucking molesting underage starlets into fucking crippling addictions, substance addiction? Yeah, we're known for that. Sure. Do we make fucking do we make young starlets hate themselves to the point of self-harm? Yeah, we do that. But at the very least, when you show up to our fucking award shows, come dress nice and don't bring your fucking dogs. Molest the women we have here. That's why we hire actresses in Hollywood. Remember back in the day when they only had men playing every role? Eventually there was some pioneer that changed that. And he's like, we could fucking cast women and sexually harass them. Why the fuck do we have guys playing fucking Queen Elizabeth? We have some fucking hot ass on the stage. Sandor says John Wayne playing Genghis Khan. Yeah, that was a legendary fucking, yeah. Like I said, I guess in reality, it was never really the golden age. Yeah, fair enough. We really can't. I can't defend it. Like I said, I wanted to go back and I was like, shit, make America great again. When was it great? Then I was like, oh, yeah, John Wayne, Genghis Khan. Wow. Pedro, she's a fully grown adult. That's unacceptable. Here's a 12-year-old. Yeah. Exactly, the fucking complimentary fucking boy that they give you once you become a fucking A-list actor. Comes along with a fucking Mossad agent to take pictures of you. Good God. Let's see. What did I guess this would be related, and I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute. So let's definitely run this video. I got 2 more videos to play. And then we'll shut it down. But I mean, I'm gonna have to hop back on this bitch for another fucking live soon because we still got to talk about the Hunter Biden crack trials. I'm sorry, babe. Yeah, my lady's in here. She came in the garage. She's politely protesting bedtime. Protesting the podcast for bedtime. No, it's sweet that you do that. That you come in here and you nicely ask me to come cuddle you. You're a sweet lady. Oh, there was somebody in here earlier. I wanted to tell you. There's somebody come in here earlier. He's like, "Your woman smokes? Yuck!" I defended you. I defended your honor. I was like, "You fucking disgusting piece of shit. You can fucking leave." I roasted him a little bit more, and he did fall in goddamn line. I remember He fell in my mind after that, and he fucking understood. You don't talk about my fucking hot piece of ass like that. Make me go crazy on this fucking stream. Make me get out of character. Yeah, she's not giving me the eye really. She's just sitting here chilling. But I know she has to be up kind of early, so it's like because I'm a considerate person, she's using that against me. Just kidding. You broke his Andrew Tate programming. Yeah, exactly. I had to break him down. But I had to also speak to him his language. And unfortunately, babe, I had to let him know that obviously, I do have my bitch under control. And she understands I'm a high value man and she will treat me with respect. And she needs to shut the fuck up when I'm speaking, sit the fuck down. So, I mean, I spoke to him in his language, but at the same time, I also was defending you. You had to be there and you would have understood. It's the internet. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was a fucking wild boy for coming in here like that, fucking coming in hot with the disrespect. Knowing he should have fucking known better. Fucking sorry. It's funny. It was Andrew Tate programming because he was like, he had no problem with me smoking, but he's like, a woman smokes, she's fucking disgusting. How could she do that? So it's just funny because like for me, smoking is like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. It's not even a thing to talk about. It's like a woman does. It's like unattractive, disgusting. How could she do anything without thinking about how that makes her look? Yeah, also just funny, but either way.